He's been an adult for 3 years now, but he doesn't have a car, a house, or a girlfriend. From early childhood, he was a belligerent idiot, but he always believed in one simple truth: create a miracle by force. So he persistently practiced martial arts, and finally, a fist flies right into the jaw of some man who calls out to a young man and informs him that he is not talking about martial arts at all. He flies off in a heap to the rest of the same beaten men, shouting and urging the offender not to fight. And when the guy even comes closer, he puts his palms together and says that they are surrounded and will leave here together right now, so tearfully asks him to let them go. He even has tears in his eyes when a man pityingly asks Big Brother to leave their faces alone for today, to which his interlocutor only frowns and asks, "But didn't he say that his Dajiquan is invincible?" Winning is not so easy, and when the hero moves away from the beaten men, some immediately begin to whisper. One is surprised to ask the other if this is the same Ganron, the most legendary demoniac who personally defeated the martial arts school. The second one agrees with him, answering that yes, it's really him, and it looks like this is far from the limit of his skills. Does he see that the guy didn't even sweat? And then they both give out loud to their boss that they want to follow him. Initially, he only wanted to challenge some people to try their hand, but unexpectedly gathered a bunch of minions. And when the crowd was all gathered, Ganron directs weapons towards his enemies, calling out to the gang of axes and shouting that he wants them to find out today who is the man who runs the city of S. A variety of shouts immediately pour out. From the boss is powerful, the tech, and before let them taste the greatness of the Lanran gang. Since then, he has taken his younger brothers and started fighting for justice in the city of C, where he lives. Also, from time to time, Du is engaged in a small business, walking along the red carpet with the girl, surrounded by a huge amount of money and flying bills. To his gang, he calls out to his dear brothers, saying that the gang of axes was driven away by them, and now he will be the head, Hao Lanran. The gang of axes is famous for all this money, and he invests it in his team's businesses, so he offers them just to make money together. Immediately, one of his minions with a golden tooth begins to scatter money, shouting that the people from the Axe gang always mocked them earlier, and now that Brother Lanran is here, their business will finally begin to develop. Another man also calls out to Hao with a smile, telling his brother that from that moment on, he now owns half of his profits. And instantly the crowd explodes, raising their fists and shouting loudly that Brother Lanran is amazing. Soon he changed. From a young man with nothing, he turned into an entrepreneur with money, a girlfriend, and status. Everything was on fire. Of course, the business was booming, because there were assholes who wanted to kill him. 4 men of different ages and sizes instantly rush from all sides at the hero, who just stands in the middle without taking any action at all. But as soon as he throws a frown at them with scarlet eyes with an evil grin, he instantly, with just one wave of his hand, blows them all to smithereens. And as it turns out in the end, such attempts did not end well for them. One of them even immediately goes to the coffin, which is carried by his minions, and continues to shout that the boss is powerful, and in general, Brother Lanran is amazing. But as they say, if you walk on the river, your shoes stay dry. He never thought he would end up in the hands of his people. A girl who is sitting in his office with a folder calls out to Hao and says that she really hopes that this time their cooperation will be successful. And by the way, he should be careful in the future, someone may put their eye on him. But the guy only thanks Yufeng with a smile for the reminder, and then adds that it's not enough for these jerks to just be afraid. And even more so, today no one knows about the secret conversation, except for him and Jiru. She can only prepare a festive banquet, but the girl doesn't seem very happy with the answer. Jiru, isn't this the girl who knows that a gun can't hurt him, but continues to passionately try to protect him from bullets? She begins to chuckle softly. The guy, of course, can trust her, but she can't. But Hao is distracted, mumbling thoughtfully and looking at his phone, informing that something is really wrong. Jiru is still not here, hasn't she arrived yet? Why is she texting him right now? A message is displayed on the phone that reads, "Honey, I have a gift for you, get ready to receive it." A gift? And while the guy can only wonder at this, behind him, behind the blinds, a huge plane with headlights appears, whose light makes its way inside. Lanran finally turns his head back and opens his eyes in surprise. What? He covers himself with his hand while the plane is already punching through the glass, while the guy himself continues to shout that he did not expect this, because even this aircraft was sent to kill him. Hao is really flattered. Yu shouts out an expletive and says that she should have understood, and then calls on a friend to run, because does he even want to die? But with a calm expression and a slight smile, he informs the surprised and shocked girl that the plane is already broken. It's too late, and his slogan has always been to remain an optimist. The guy directs his fist forward and stands in a stance until the illusion of a bright and yellow Chinese dragon appears behind him, before he shouts "Behold," and then raises his fist for the plane with a wide smile, and then strikes right in the nose, causing a huge flash during the collision, while Lanren himself continues madly smile, and eventually begins to dissolve into a bright flash of light. Huh, is he dead? The hand touches the already colder shade of the flash. No, Hao remarks in surprise, he is still alive. The space around him is filled with all sorts of pixels, while the hero himself continues to be somewhere in the air. They say if you don't die in a disaster, you will be blessed. After all, his blessing is called Champions League. A girl immediately appears in front of him, with beautiful shapes and hair from which hearts already appear in his eyes. It didn't take long to figure out who it was. This is the goddess of the system. Then comes the beautiful sister Chuan, a blonde in a short skirt and with a katana. Next is a sexy sister with a bow and a slightly purple skirt. Then a cute little girl and even more heroines that can be discovered. There is not only a lot of beauty, but also full of advantages. Lanren's nose was already bleeding when he managed to see a naked girl who hid from him behind the curtains. He even exclaims in surprise that really, there will be even more of them soon. One of them, namely Chuan, abruptly drops the soap, for which she stretches only in one towel, stretching her hand forward while the guy is bleeding from such a picture. And just when he thought he could enjoy the blessing of all these people this time, he found himself in the epicenter of the end of the world with rampant zombies. A whole horde was attacking the remaining living people with might and main, and there were hundreds of them, maybe even thousands and more. Being in such a terrible world, there are always some plugins in places like this, aren't there? The goddess shows him on all the screens, irritably informing him that all the skills are here, let him poke at any and then he will be able to see a detailed description, which is very witty. And then he comes across pupil surgery, a special eye ability, level 0, updatable, is useless at the moment. Only the basic functions are promising. And Hao only says with a smile that he has chosen and now this is his skill, and then he pokes at the screen at all, which is why bright yellow rays, almost transparent and orange, begin to move towards him soon, which are directed towards his eye. And soon the pupil takes the form of a dark shuriken, and the iris turns yellow. Lanren instantly turns his head in the direction of the girl, who covers herself slightly with her hand and can only look at him in surprise while her figure is outlined under her dress and underwear stands out. The hero's nose is bleeding again, and he is surprised to notice that it has turned into pink lace. Of course, there will be no free lunch in the world. Let them let him live. Let them give him a plug-in and actually allow him to destroy zombies in order to save the future. Although he resisted, he did not expect that the zombie would turn into gold before his own eyes. The dead man just exploded, and coins fell out of him, coloring everything with his bright golden light. Naturally, Hao's eyes already turned into a dollar icon, while he looked at all his wealth in surprise and continued to ask himself if it was really gold. In this case, the zombies must be destroyed, which he did diligently, knocking out the undead with might and main. He slid over them with a sharp blade, which left behind bright and blue stripes, cutting the zombies into several parts. And as soon as they died, they immediately exploded and turned into mountains of gold. The real option 10,000,999 becoming rich is not a dream, it is feasible. And let him not be stopped for anything, he just wants to be an apocalyptic worker. He even jumps for joy, while money is being added to him, whirls with might and main and arranges pirouettes. And then he turns to the reader, saying that he is absolutely sure that the kids have a lot of questions, because they will definitely ask what is the essence of gold in his bloody world. Money is really useless for ordinary people in their last days, but he needs it, for example, for pumping skills. Meanwhile, the goddess of the system is building some kind of a whole scheme, reporting that since the first pot of gold was obtained, the skill of pumping the pupil technique has been activated. For example, communication with the real world will be possible in the future. She opens huge golden doors in front of him, in which a portal with a view of the city is visible, while she continues to say that the function of the Hitomi Gate is to return the owner to the real world. Hao's eyes light up as he shouts that it's absolutely amazing and that's what he needs. And then he asks the goddess to tell him how much nitrogen he is allowed to use. She giggles and says with a smile that it will cost very little. Each trip requires only 100 million gold. For such a fee, he will stay in the real world for 24 hours. This leaves Lanren literally without a single emotion on his face, perhaps even in a state of shock. So, gold is very useful for him, but now he is too poor, too. He pulls himself up and shouts to himself make money several times, and then he says that he should tune in to fight monsters. Watch as he destroys zombies for the rest of his days. With an emotionless face, Hao throws something at his opponent with all the dope, and with such force that the flames disperse from his blow. Meanwhile, a zombie clown with red eyes remains without one upper limb and part of the chest. From behind, some girl in a maid costume rushes at him, shining with the same scarlet eyes and about to attack him. Then, some other zombie in a suit is coming after him. And as soon as the blonde is about to deliver her final blow, the guy jumps aside, completely dodging and throwing something at her leg. He needs to form a women's team, which, by the way, will soon consist of 4 girls listed earlier, among whom the guy sits on a kind of throne. Then make a huge fortune, so that the girls would enjoy the food, and then he had an incalculable amount of money. Hao stretches out his palm to the bright blue sphere while in the air, before he asks himself in surprise where he is. The space around him is blue with might and main. There are some screens and pixels everywhere, and the floor is gradually forming right under his feet. I remembered. He just did. His eyes open in surprise when a picture of the past appears before his eyes, where he is standing in full force in front of an exploding plane, which leaves behind only a bright flash of light and a shock wave. Is he dead? From such news, he even has to sit down on the ground in the lotus position, while awareness gradually reaches the brain. How is it that he, Hao Lanren, died, and yet he did not manage such a moment to imagine that he would die in front of his people? Here's the slag. His eyes narrow as his brain tries to reproduce the whole picture of a recent death. A moment in the office flashes through his mind again, where the girl tells him that she hopes very much for fruitful cooperation with him, and then adds that, by the way, he should be more careful since someone is targeting him. And after all, only he just thanked Yu Fen with a calm smile for her warning, and then said that these scum would not get to him. Besides, apart from them, only Jiru knows about this meeting. And then the guy asks his assistant to prepare everything for the evening of the celebration. She then asked a familiar name, and then clarified, wasn't this the girl who protected him from being shot in the back with a water pistol? And then she laughed, saying that if he believes his friend, then she absolutely does not. But then Hao tensely took out his phone and also said that he also thinks that everything is not clean with her. Besides, she should have arrived here by now, but she's not here. And then a message comes to the phone. Had she decided to text him? Its content was no different. Dear, I have a gift for you. It will arrive right to you soon. And then, through the blinds, the outlines of the plane are seen, which, with the light from its lanterns, made its way through the windows. A gift? Then he did not understand what could happen and what it would mean. He turns his head back, exclaiming what it is, before getting up from his seat when the nose of the aircraft is already breaking through the glass and seeping in. And they didn't spare the money to kill him, a whole plane, damn it. Yu Fen also jumps out of his seat, shouts an expletive and reports that she was right after all, and they should run away from here as soon as possible. But the hero only says with a smile that the plane is already right in front of their noses. They will not have time to escape. Besides, he always takes the fight. The guy points his fist forward and stands in a stance until the illusion of a bright and yellow Chinese dragon appears behind him, before he shouts get it, and then raises his fist for the plane with a wide smile, and then strikes right in the nose, causing a huge flash during the collision. This is the way of the warrior, the descending dragon. Already at this time, he only giggles awkwardly. Didn't he manage to beat the plane with his bare hands? And then he thinks, folding his hands in front of his face in a lock, continuing to draw parallels. But this girl would never have dared to kill him like that. Someone decided to take advantage of her. When the chance comes, he will find this freak and paint him into small pieces. Immediately, the guy looks up in surprise at the largest blue screen that appears right in front of his face. This is a notice in which his name is written that he is the leader of the Lanjin gang and died on May 25, 2020. He is chosen by the system as the savior of Doomsday and is gifted with rebirth in the world of the apocalypse. When completing the main task, he will have a chance to return to his world. If he refuses to accept fate, then his world will be destroyed. Is he ready to start? He just continues to look at the whole text with completing comprehension. Reborn in the world of the apocalypse. The main task. Then Hao thinks again, scratching his chin. Wait a minute, it turns out that it's like in children's fairy tales, isn't it? Besides, if he refuses, his world will be destroyed along with him. Do you think he has a choice at all? His eyebrows move closer to the bridge of his nose. Well, if he is given a chance to be reborn, then he certainly will not refuse. And then he shouts that he accepts everything and presses the yes button on the system, which makes it instantly turn into a bright blue glow that radiates in different directions. And then the goddess of the system appears there with beautiful shapes and hair. She greets him in the system space with a bright smile and calls herself before informing him that he has now become her master. Naturally, hearts appear in his eyes when After How notices that her figure is the right one. The girl just continues to talk with a slight smile that the next step is to transfer him to the world of the apocalypse. And before that, let her briefly describe the situation with this world. 2030, a special drink with an orange jar has spread all over the world. Absolutely everyone drank it, but no one knew that this drink had terrible consequences. One guy in the crowd vomits from this swill. He even falls to the ground and begins to tremble with might and main, while his eyes roll up and his veins swell and become more visible. Turning into a zombie, that's the terrible consequences. Zombies feed on blood and flesh, so they began to attack civilians, and not only those bitten turned into zombies, and the virus continued to spread. Very quickly, society lost order and control. The world turned into an apocalypse. And that's why he was called into this very world, to save those people, to allow them to restore their world. But let him remember that here he has no chance to be reborn again, so let him try to stay alive. But the guy himself doesn't seem too sure about it, especially what? After all, he is too weak and does not think that he will be able to save their apocalypse world. Besides, is she sending him there with her bare hands? While he laughs to himself and thinks that the system can resurrect people, so it's worth seeing what else the girl can do. She just looks at him with complete shock and incomprehension, thinking, too weak. Yes, he jumped on a plane flying at him with his bare hands. Well, if he's the chosen one, then it's worth helping him. Clearing her throat, the goddess clears her throat with an irritated smile and begins to say that before electing him, there were 98 more chosen ones, but they were all defeated. He, being the 99th, will certainly receive help from her. How meanwhile only blinks his eyes in surprise and amazement. 98. A sinister expression immediately appears on her face while she laughs herself, but continues to think about herself. Was it really scary? Let him beg her, get on his knees and ask for help. But he reports with a completely calm expression that this is a whole army, and what kind of useless system in general has sent so many people to death. From this, the goddess already falls off her feet before she rises instantly from her seat and threatens him with her fist, shouting that this is a useless lands in here. And in general, in order to increase the chances of survival, the system provides the owner with a choice of some abilities, but you can choose only one. After the guy chooses, there will be no more chance for a shift, so let him think carefully. He only asks again, they say, is it really only one, before calling a new acquaintance a complete miser. And after that, she shows him many screens, telling him that all the abilities are here, let him open only one and be able to read the description. There you can see the Linfen fighting technique, and hand-to-hand combat that destroys mountains, and an hourglass, and strong brushes of the sun, and a magic eye. He examines them all, noticing to himself that he knows almost all these Shaolin techniques. There is no point in choosing them. And then his eyes open in surprise when they come across the same magic eye. Special eye technique, level 0. It is possible to increase. With an increase in obtaining new effects, the current effect is an X-ray. How instantly joyfully shouts out that he found it and it's her, and then instantly pokes at the skill. Soon bright yellow rays, almost transparent and orange, begin to move towards him, which are directed towards his eye. And soon the pupil takes the form of a dark shuriken, and the iris turns yellow. Lanjin instantly turns his head in the direction of the girl, who covers herself slightly with her hand and can only look at him in surprise while her figure is outlined under her dress and underwear stands out. The hero's nose is bleeding again, and he is surprised to notice that it has turned into pink lace. The goddess, however, seems to notice his gaze, because she immediately covers herself with her hands and is embarrassed, shouting that he is a pervert and let him no longer use the magic eye on her, and then throws a blue rectangle at him, as if slapping him. The guy just opens his eyes in surprise and asks, I mean, a pervert. He actually just checked the product for quality. The poor girl shrank all over and began to cover herself better with a dress, biting the fabric and almost with tears in her eyes thinking about why she chose this jerk as a savior at all. We'll have to endure now for the sake of saving the world. Finally moving away from embarrassment and other things, she grunts with displeasure, and then adds that he uses a magic eye, apparently, in order to peek under the skirts of girls. The magic eye includes a special technique of the eye of the head system. And then he continues to say that in the world of the apocalypse, gold has lost its value, but in his hands it is a very valuable material. She stretches out her hand, where a whole scheme of gold bars, strength, and so on appears. Continuing the conversation, the goddess informs him that in order to become stronger, he needs this very gold. He will have to donate coins to her in order to save this world and return to his through the gates of the eye. In addition, his magic eye is still level 0 and has only one ability, X-ray. A smile immediately appears on Lanjan's lips, the gate of the eyes, so this thing will allow him to return to both the original world and the world of the apocalypse. He instantly gathers his resolve, which makes a bright fiery flame appear behind him, at which the goddess of the system only looks in surprise while the hero laughs to himself, because how good it will be when he finishes off these traitors. They have allowed him to be reborn, and they will soon find out about it themselves. Still not understanding why the hero is grinning with might and main, the girl clicks on some window in front of her, saying that in addition to the class ability, the system gives him a beginner's bag. There he will find food for 20 days and a blade. She smiles at him wider and winks, waving her hand, informing him that he can get them with the power of thought, and let him use them wisely, and then adds good luck and says that, by the way, killing the dead, how we'll get surprises, and now for now. And only the guy wants to ask some question. How his body, along with this world of the system, begins to collapse into the smallest parts, gradually dissolving into emptiness. Around his neck hangs some other keychain, and then a completely white light, which soon turns into a room. The hero who appeared looks at himself in surprise. What kind of place is this? And then he hears some noises, which he immediately pays attention to, opening his eyes in surprise. And before his eyes, behind the curtain itself, a silhouette of a naked girl appears. Lanjan immediately has blood pouring out of his nose in an instant, while he notices with delight what a quick reward. And then he grins and folds his arms over his chest, denying everything. No, since when did he become such a pervert? After all, this is the world of the apocalypse. Zombies are all around, you should not rejoice. Therefore, it is worth trying to look through the X-ray. What is there behind the screen? The eye instantly opens, where a pupil with a shuriken appears, and the iris turns yellow. And there really is a naked girl who covers everything with her own hands. Blood from the nose, as well as embarrassment, appears more and more in Hao. But he has to immediately pull himself together and think. Is it a person? But this is his first time in this world, so you should be careful. And then a wide smile appears on his face, and encouraging words come out of his mouth that maybe zombies look like this here. And while he is standing there and thinking about all this, and wondering who is there behind the screen, a woman's hand immediately throws forward some kind of sharp blade that passes between the curtains and aims at the throat of the surprised guy, who is just shocked by what is happening, and then slightly leans back. The sharp weapon instantly starts jumping around the room like a bouncer, hitting any surface, be it the floor or the ceiling, and then returns back to its owner, who instantly grabs it with a towel, slightly sticking out from behind the screen. And then she shows herself, holding the blade in her hand, the blade of which was still aimed at the uninvited guest. He just looks at her with his mouth open, shocked by the misunderstanding of what is happening. What? Not a bad technique. Actually, it almost turned out. And then, in an instant, the blonde jumps out of the tub and, clearly with an unkind expression on her face, rushes forward at Lanjanya, directing her weapon forward as well, while he can only bend slightly backwards. Over the next few seconds, she managed to land several blows, then from above, then from the side, but with each one he calmly dodged, and then at some point he grabbed her wrist with a blade that fell down, and tripped her up, knocking the girl down and hanging from above with a satisfied grin. That's only then his scarlet eyes open in surprise for the umpteenth time. The girl blushes and shouts, asks where this pervert came from at all. She's going to poke his Zenki out for him now. The guy thinks for a while and points at her with his finger, informing her that he is absolutely not on purpose, just her towel is very sexy. She only exclaims what in surprise and embarrassment, while the fabric really looks dirty, and then jumps off altogether, continuing to shout that he is a pervert and now she will finish him off. That's only when the blonde starts hitting her punches again. The hero instantly grabs her wrists, stopping her from the subsequent fight and looks into her eyes, while the girl now and then just continues to drill him with her gaze, clearly even more angry. After all, it was not enough that he was peeping, so even now he was holding her with a satisfied face. And literally a second later, they are already starting to fight with their hands, waving their palms with might and main. Before the blonde shouts get it and swings her leg at him, quickly lifting it up and about to deliver a normal blow. That's just how with a grin exposes his shoulder, which is why the foot is now next to his face, and he himself embraces leg with his hand, continuing to look contentedly at the lower limb of a new acquaintance, before grabbing her hand again and coming closer. He calls out to the beauty and asks if she really wants to kill him or just decided to cuddle, to which the latter only grins her teeth and sweats, clearly nervous from such proximity, while she begins to think, how did it happen that from the very beginning of this zombie apocalypse, she survived thanks to her powers? And then, out of nowhere, this guy came from. And he's so strong. The girl, being still captured, frowns her eyebrows, but with a loud exclamation admits that she cannot overcome him. That's what bad luck. But she won't give herself to him, it's better they die together. Now the blonde will summon such a horde of zombies here that he will have a hard time. Her face darkens as she continues to say that the undead flock very quickly to the smell of blood and they will be under their corpses very soon. But it doesn't seem to have any effect on Lenjenya at all. He just smiles and happily says that this is a great idea, but only she wrapped him completely. That's just how she's going to bleed herself. The blonde looks up at him with a displeased look and frowns harder. She is trembling all over in his hands, while she continues to think that she is completely unable to move either her legs or her upper limbs. But now she will tear his throat out and then they will see who will laugh last. And it seems that the guy finally notices this menacing look, because his own eyes instantly open in surprise when realization comes to mind. Really? And then he notices that the stranger rushes forward at him, fully opening her mouth and showing sharp teeth, clearly intending to make her plan a reality. Every now and then she tries to bite him in every possible way, banging her jaws and continuing to threaten him in this way. But she absolutely fails, as the hero continues to just stand with a tense expression on his face and is perplexed by what is happening, still holding her hands. And as soon as he relaxes his pressure on her for a second, the girl just falls back, groaning that she has no strength left at all, while Hao gives her only a surprised and uncomprehending look. Having fallen to the floor, she slightly rises on her elbow and almost with tears in her eyes admits that she has been hungry for too long. That's why her strength has dried up. Another time she would definitely have overcome him. The guy's expression becomes even more shocked as he continues to stare at this picture without a twinge of conscience, and then pulls himself together and folds them on his chest, saying that he, Hao Lanren, has never taken women by force. Usually they themselves stuck to him. The girl from this only frowns and covers herself with her hands, huffing discontentedly and informing that no one can be trusted in this world, especially perverts like him. But by the way, a wide and sly smile appears on the hero's face as he reaches into his pocket with his palm, continuing to look at a new acquaintance, and then takes out a jar of preserves that materialize from pixels directly into his palm. He instantly hands it to the girl, who looks surprised and amazed at the food that has appeared. Canned food. He asks her if she is hungry before he offers her and says that he shares with her. Is he really? And then Hao appears in front of her in the image of a real god, around which pigeons are flying with might and main and canned food is spinning with brilliance. The blonde points her finger at him and says that canned food is a very valuable product in their world, and she does not believe that he is such a good-natured person, so let him say what he needs. The hero is only annoyed by this and begins to huff discontentedly, asking if she really thinks he wants to get something in return. Before his eyes light up dreamily, and he himself almost begins to drool about all sorts of canned dishes, saying that wow, what a precious dinner they have today. It is best to cook on fire, high-grade meat, washed with the purest water, fried in oil, it just has to blow the roof off. And she really blows up, because a new acquaintance instantly starts drooling in amazement, covering her mouth with her hands and looking at him admiringly. Her body begins to tremble at all when the guy continues to tease her, shaking the jar and saying how delicious everything smells, while she continues to think only about delicious food. Damn, she's hungry. So be it. It's better to die from tears on a full stomach, the blonde decides, and then stretches out her hand, literally pulling the canned food out of someone else's grasp, and then shouts that Izai Ali agrees to such a death before instantly bringing a spoon to her mouth with food and then gives out how delicious it is, blushing while she notices to herself that, besides, he didn't do anything, so she doesn't think that he has bad thoughts. The girl immediately begins to quickly stuff food into herself, like a savage, waving her arms with might and main, while Lanjin only looks at it nervously, sweating. And when a new acquaintance turns to him with an empty jar, he opens his mouth in surprise, clearly shocked that the food has disappeared in a couple of minutes. Zayali, with crumbs on her face, folds her palms in a gesture of supplication, with tears in her eyes, wondering if he has more. And the guy just smiles and takes out another canned food, wondering if her name is really Izai Ali, and then adds that there is food, but she has to answer a couple of questions. But she seems to be completely dissatisfied with this outcome of affairs, so she asks what such questions are. Let him not think at all that she will agree to anything for canned food. Such a guy's answer instantly irritates and exasperates. Before after some time they sit together in the room. The girl is chewing something in the chair, and the hero is looking at the map while sitting on the couch. After talking to her, he realized that they were in the south of Hua State, in a city called Gwangju, and the spread of the virus began 3 years ago. Most of the survivors gathered at this point, but there are many others who are now next to them due to the fact that a large horde of zombies has accumulated at the northern gate of the city. Xiaoli gave him a map of Gwangju City, and with it further movement will be easier. And after some more minutes, he gets up from his seat, grabbing the card, and shouts thanks for the exchange, informing him that it's time for him now, to which the blonde is distracted from the apple and looks up at him in surprise. The guy steps with his shoe on the windowsill and then adds that, by the way, he forgot to say something, and then turns his face to her with a wide grin and shouts that her figure is just great before jumping out of the window, and she just blushes and shouts that he is a pervert, looking after him. She then goes to the window and looks at how the hero quickly jumps down, while she grumbles discontentedly and says to herself that this guy suddenly showed up next to her bathroom, so he also had such precious food with him. The blonde grabs her dagger, which was put away in a case, and then she herself stands proudly in the window, holding the shutters. I don't really want to, but she has to go with him. She might be able to get even more. After some time, she is already watching a walking acquaintance from behind some corner, hiding behind a garbage can, while Hao, with a tense face, thinks that this glutton is really watching him. He turns his head in her direction and grins, assuring himself that it doesn't matter at all, because she's certainly not that bad, let her be. Moreover, the goddess of the system herself said that for killing the dead, he would get all sorts of gifts and nice bonuses. At least, that's what the hero continues to think going forward, before he already says out loud that he doesn't know what kind of goodies he's talking about, but he definitely should kill a couple of zombies to check. And as soon as his foot steps somewhere, his shoe suddenly knocks on some kind of jar, which instantly causes a huge amount of noise, from which the guy only opens his eyes in surprise. What? All over the city, some frightening sounds suddenly begin to be heard, to which one of the zombies immediately reacts, moving his ear and showing up from some boarded-up warehouse, Candle with his red eyes and exhaling steam from his mouth, frowning and clearly preparing for an attack. Lanjin, meanwhile, continues to walk, noticing to himself that all this is very strange. Where are all the living corpses? Does he really not smell at all? That's just at the same second, the glass directly collapses in front of him, and the same dead man gets out from inside, opening his huge mouth and aiming at the living, until a wide smile appears on the face of the latter. The smile on the guy's face becomes even wider, so the first one was found. He immediately steps back when the zombie is about to attack him with its huge claws, jumping forward, and then completely falls, smashing the glass even more, while Hao is already a few meters away from him. He instantly assumes a fighting stance, like a zombie, asking himself, they say, was he attracted by the sound of that tin can? Before a sensible thought comes to his head. So it turns out that these dead people, are sensitive to sounds. The zombie, meanwhile, continues to shuffle towards him, growling to himself, and then rushes forward at all, stretching out both his hands with huge and sharp claws, opening his mouth wide again and shining his scarlet eyes. That's just when the palm is just about to damage the face. The hero immediately steps aside, noticing with a smile what kind of speed it is. If he really scratches him, then he will definitely turn into the same freak. Then it's worth cutting off his claws. Frowning his eyebrows, Hao shouts blade, which causes the weapon to instantly materialize in his hand, appearing from the blue particles of the system, heading the blade towards the enemy. In an instant, the hero becomes much more serious, and then rushes forward in order to demolish both zombie limbs with a few sharp blows, cutting through everything with a blade, from which blue stripes remain. And as soon as dark blood splashes into him, he grins again and glances back, chuckling and shouting for this garbage to repeat his pathetic trick. But then his eyes open in surprise when he notices that the severed limbs of the zombies suddenly gradually spread red, and then the tissues are joined and new ones are formed. He even has his lower jaw drop off when he continues to look at it with his mouth completely open and a shocked expression on his face, and then completely rushes to run, while behind the zombie continues to growl loudly and also follow him. Lanjin shouts in surprise that she has really grown up. What kind of injustice is this at all? It's not fair. and soon the dead man catches up with him, swinging his clawed palm again in order to stab a living person in the back, shouting loudly. Only at the same moment the hero turns around and again cuts off both his limbs with sharp blows of the blade. Only, unfortunately, they grow back in an instant, and the zombie himself is smiling contentedly, waving his next limbs. Hao repeats the same movements again, cutting off his hands for the second time, with the same blow of the blade, but they grow back, only there is no smile on the zombie anymore, but only a disgruntled grin. And so they fight for a while. The guy keeps cutting off as many limbs as he can to the dead man, and the latter tries to attack him, all the time growing new ones and trying to finally strike at least some kind of blow to his opponent. After some time, they both give up, breathing heavily, while there is already a whole mountain of hands behind them. But once again they begin to glow red and grow again in zombies, while steam is coming from them with might and main. The living frowns and wrinkles his lips, looking directly at his opponent. So they can grow a limb. And well, he doesn't like this kind of fight at all. It's worth changing tactics. The dead man also stares at him with his red eyes, slightly opening his mouth. And then the guy throws the weapon behind his back, which instantly dissolves into space, disintegrating into pixels and then completely disappearing. And then Lanren takes a fighting pose, grinning widely and flashing his eye, while a bright flame begins to flare up behind him, which soon accumulates and becomes larger. One of the blows that frighten the heavens. He opens his mouth wide and raises his fist, which also begins to burn with a bright yellow flame and light. The zombie opens his eyes in surprise, immediately losing his usual grin, before abruptly covering his face with his hands, trying to somehow repel the approaching blow. Only the fist hits right on his very limbs, flashing a bright flash, while the hero continues to shout that he will chop off his dog's muzzle, immediately hitting the dead man right on the face itself, leaning back. And he hit with such force that blood literally splashes out in a wave, and the head splits into several parts before the body falls lifelessly to the floor in front of its winner, sprawled out. And then the guy starts pulling his leg with a branch, remembering his adventures in games and telling himself that after all, the experience of the nerd makes itself felt, because the only weak point of the zombie is their head. And this, his eyes open in surprise when the corpse explodes and a huge pile of coins pours out of it, while the hero already fell on his 5th point from shock, opening his mouth wide. In an instant, the pupils turn into a dollar icon when he reaches for the coins, exclaiming that it really is gold, while a whole mountain is lying in front of him, and one coin falls into his hand at all. With a satisfied grin, he grabs it and examines it. Is this really the surprise that the goddess of the system was talking about? What? But then the money instantly begins to dissolve, becoming just pixels and disappearing into the atmosphere, before a white flash surrounds everything and Hao himself finds himself in the same space in which he appeared after his first death, the space of the system. The goddess immediately greets him, congratulating her master and informing him that he killed the first zombie, while the guy can only look at his hand, from which the gold has disappeared, with the same inhibition. A window pops up that characterizes itself as a system notification and informs that 1,000,000 coins have been received, while the girl with a smile explains to him that for killing one zombie he gets 1,000,000 coins. With this balance he can also start donating. The hero lights up all over again and thinks, so it turns out he was right. It is necessary to hit in the head. Besides, there are so many coins for killing just one zombie. He will definitely become rich. A whole scheme reappears above the goddess, at the bottom of which is the same gold, and a fight appears up, while she begins to say that for receiving the first bucket of gold, he opened one of the branches of the development of the ability of the magic eye. And then he continues to explain with the same smile that in order to raise the level to the eye of fighting spirit, he needs another 10 million gold. There is not enough money yet. This instantly causes a complete shock on Hao's face until he starts screaming, 10 million. Yes, she was dumbfounded, but the girl only gloats, continuing to say that the skill of the golden eye is an X-ray. The next martial spirit skill is still hidden, and if he wants to open it, then it's worth earning more money. In addition, he activated the eye gate, which instantly appears behind her in the form of 2 huge golden doors with an eye in the middle. She hovers over them and opens the doors, in which a portal with a view of the city is illuminated, informing that these very gates of the eyes will allow the owner to return to his world. The guy's eyes already light up again, and he shouts with might and main that it's all fine, because he was waiting for them, and let him finally say how much gold is needed for this. She just continues to smile and covers her mouth with her palm, saying that only 100 million gold coins will be needed for each transition. Besides, for Taku, for a fee, he will be able to stay there for no more than 24 hours. This leaves the guy literally without a single emotion on his face, perhaps even in a state of shock. But then the girl hurries to cheer him up, telling him not to get upset and go ahead, do his job. And before that, you should say the last instruction. Only objects can be saved into space, living beings cannot. The gold he gets from the dead is visible only to him. That is, the rest will see only a corpse, and how? Gold. And it is also impossible to touch this very gold, since it automatically replenishes the system account. Therefore, when the host goes to the system space, time in the world stops. It is because of this that you should not worry about being discovered or injured. She waves her palm at him again and with a joyful smile informs him that let the owner take advantage of these warnings and let him not forget to call her at any moment. And now, good luck. And immediately her body begins to dissolve into space with the help of pixels, while Lanran himself grabs his forehead in amazement. Good luck? Yes, it's not just luck, just think how much money you need to earn to open these damn gates of the eyes. The world of the apocalypse materializes in front of him again, while he pulls himself up with might and main and continues to shout to himself motivating gold, money, calling himself forward to shred everyone. Behind him, at the very top, there is a girl who is watching him, opening her eyes and mouth in amazement, looking at the blonde man in complete shock. Killed a zombie with one blow, just terrifying power. He's not familiar with their world at all. Why would a person so gifted, with infinite resources, go to their hole? I wonder what other goodies he has. Xiaoli thinks again about the beautiful cans, imagining his new acquaintance also in the form of Jesus, before looking down at the floor where a zombie is lying, whose head is still just torn apart, and blood is splattered on all sides. And also watches as Hao pulls himself up and heads on. Making a decision in her head, she begins to jump down quickly, so much so that, unfortunately or fortunately, her skirt lifts up and white underwear is visible under it. She looks towards the fabric and hums thoughtfully, thinking that this guy is really very mysterious. She should just figure out who he is. The blonde grabs the fabric with a sharp movement. Meanwhile, the sun is already beginning to appear over the city, and Lanjin himself is in some corner, holding one of the zombies by the head, while the other three are already lying without a skull, completely covered in blood. He sighs in frustration, squeezing his opponent's head harder until he begins to gradually disintegrate into yellow particles, and a system window appears behind him, which signals that the balance is now only 5 million. I walked so much and was able to kill only a few pieces. Up to 100 million he still has to plow and plow, where are all the others gathered? But then some pink smell hits him sharply in the nose, to which the hero sniffs and winces. What kind of stink is that? Gradually, he goes towards the smell, and then comes across some kind of rag from which it all comes, and then takes this something into his palm, plugging his nostrils with 2 fingers and frowning, exclaiming that he is going to faint from this stench. That's just on the open fabric there is a text that reads, "Save. I hid near an amusement park. There are a lot of zombies here. I beg you, save me, I will thank you." And Choo-Choo's signature with a kiss. His eyes immediately widen in surprise, and he himself loudly says that this is great, because where there are zombies, there is gold. At the same time, he will find out where most of these creatures are. At least that's what he claims with a confident grin. After that, he was at an amusement park, which, in fact, was quite huge. Walking along it further, Hao finds himself near some sign on the tent, where it is written in large letters sauce, before his eyes open in surprise when he manages to notice something in front of him, namely someone very specific. A girl with dark hair leans out from behind a boarded-up room, waving a flag with the same letters sauce, calling out to her brother and begging him to save her. With tears in her eyes, she begs him to move faster to rescue her, while he continues to just look at the stranger. That's just that she is almost immediately overtaken by a huge growling shadow, and not even one, but several, which makes the girl only more scared and starts crying. In front of her is a tall zombie clown and someone in a Mickey Mouse costume. A huge and sinister grin spreads across the clown's lips while he continues to drill her with red eyes, and the brunette gets more and more scared, choking on her own tears and starting to tremble with fear. His huge hand reaches straight for her, intending to grab her, but at this moment the hero grabs some stone and throws it with such force that he already has fiery streaks from his hand, while the girl opens her eyes in surprise as blood splashes on her, and then sees that she has the zombie breaks off a limb along with part of the chest, while he continues to stand stupidly and flash his scarlet eyes. Tossing another stone up, the guy squeezes it in his fist almost to a crack, and then grins and says that they all became zombies, but they continue to harass girls, and then shouts that he beat such pathetic scum like him even during his lifetime. And How clearly seems confident in himself, still clenching his fist, while the clown throws a predatory look at him with scarlet eyes, and at the same second several more zombies appear, who instantly turn their attention to a living person. And then the one in the Mickey Mouse costume rushes forward, rushing like some kind of car, right at the guy, growling loudly, while the latter just keeps grinning. And then with a snap of his fingers he sent that very stone forward, but with such force that it cuts through the air with a bright and yellow glow, just completely punching through the dead man's head. Why does he fall back? And the hero meanwhile pushes off with the toe of his shoe from the ground and jumps higher, flying over some zombies and materializing a blade in his palm, heading straight to the clown, who also runs towards him, and then opens his eyes in surprise, opening his mouth wide and growling loudly. In an instant, with one sharp movement, Langen simply cuts off his head with a sharp blade, cutting through the air with a blue glow, while the system window says that 1 million has been added to his balance. From behind, some girl in a maid costume rushes at him, shining with the same scarlet eyes and about to attack him. Then, some other zombie in a suit is coming after him. And as soon as the blonde is about to deliver her final blow, the guy instantly turns around and throws a sharp blade at her with a serious expression on his face, from which the blonde opens her eyes in surprise and looks at how the weapon passes absolutely by, almost without touching her. But this is only because he initially aimed at the zombie from behind, which has to be hit. He loses his head and hat from a sharp blade, while the guy himself tries to trip her up, or even manages to throw a stone at her leg, which makes the opponent just start flying down, with her temple to the ground, opening her eyes in surprise and completely disoriented in what is happening, before Hao himself grabs her by the head, pinning her to the ground and hanging from above, in order to bring the tip of his blade for a subsequent blow, which he soon inflicts, literally driving the blade into the zombie, which causes a loud growl, and only a bright and crazy smile shines on his face. In an instant, everything starts ringing, and coins soon fall out of all the corpses that have appeared, which explode while he himself rises from his seat and with a smile informs that that's all. That's just despite the ban, gold is still visible in his hands, which continues to almost fall from the sky. Choo-Choo, who was begging for salvation, only looks at her savior's back from hiding, thinking, I was able to kill so many zombies alone. This man, she purposely adjusts her t-shirt, from which her breasts fall out, and then finally overcomes the distance between them, embarrassingly pressing her finger to her lips and blushing, calling out to her brother and saying that he is so strong and in general, she likes him. Only 10 seconds of silence pass, during which hearts are still hovering around her, but it is already clear from her that she is beginning to get annoyed, while the savior does not pay any attention to her. But 20 seconds have already passed, the hearts are bursting, and there is less and less patience, since Lanren does not even react. She tenses up, calling out to him again to herself and asking how long he is going to stand while a completely strange picture is in front of her. The guy is holding that Mickey Mouse zombie and starts pulling off his clothes, getting under his pants with one hand. She immediately opens her eyes in shock and looks at him. What did he forget in his pants? What the hell? A picture literally flashes before my eyes that he is squeezing a rooster by the neck there. Meanwhile, Hao is only discontentedly fumbling in someone else's clothes, thinking to himself that gold is raining from other zombies. So why is this empty? Did he hide it somewhere? He even begins to desperately drag the corpse, getting angrier and continuing to talk to him mentally, calling out to him and urging him to get everything that he hid, since the hero earns this money with sweat and blood. The girl, in fact, is scared again and tries to call out to a new acquaintance, watching this picture and someone else's smile with tension, before the pose becomes even more specific. Now it looks like the guy has attached himself to the back of the zombie and started. She immediately shouts loudly and with tears that, well, he has tastes, while the latter only continues to slow down the zombies, and indeed, coins soon fall out of him, right out of his pants, immediately dissolving into pixels in the air, while the sweaty guy notices that they finally came out. How nice it is. From such a picture, Choo-Choo, of course, is shocked, because she hides back behind the wall, thinking that if she runs now, will she be able to escape while the guy is still standing near the corpse, which literally stands in front of him with cancer. And then he turns his head to her and asks what she said, which makes the new acquaintance literally jump on the spot and open her eyes in shock, not even knowing what to answer, and then completely bows her head down. Damn, she can't run, you rarely see men here. She squeezes the edge of her clothes, straining only harder. Whatever he is, it's worth trying to seduce him. The girl comes forward again, exposing her breasts, before she confusedly thanks her brother for saving her, because if it wasn't for him, she would have died right here. He answers simply and concisely okay while pulling out his dagger from the bright head of one zombie. While she completely looks out of her hiding place and reports that her name is Choo Choo, she was looking for food and came across a zombie. I had to run for so long that my legs bled, that's why I got stuck here. Hao even throws a pitying look at her because of this, while she continues her seduction scheme, putting her palm to her chest and plaintively telling her brother that he is so strong, so maybe he will agree to escort her back, and she will thank him. Thank you. The last word is enough to make Lanjan's eyes light up, and he immediately straightened up and turned his head to the lady, asking with a smile what kind of gratitude she was talking about. Is that gold? The dark-haired woman just grins and blushes harder, telling him not to joke like that, since no one in their world has this nonsense. She presses her palm to one breast, licking her lips and explaining that this award is neither to eat nor to drink, and she has something more interesting, especially since she is sure that he will like it. But the hero only gets upset from this, turns away and waves her off, saying that next time already, he actually has things to do. The girl immediately calls out to him, shouting that he should wait, because you should not refuse her offer, and then grabs his hand, saying more confidently that today he is simply obliged to see her off. Hao still turns his head to her and asks with a grin, what will happen if he says no, to which Choo Choo opens her mouth in surprise, as if she was struck by lightning. What? Even her unsurpassed beauty doesn't work. She removes her hand and presses it to her chest again when the acquaintance turns completely, then to say that then she will take measures to get him to agree. And suddenly the girl starts clapping loudly in her palms, which makes the interlocutor open his eyes in surprise, instantly tensing up. Sisters, your exit. Immediately, girls begin to come out of all the other tents and other things, then from the side of the hero, then from behind, and then they begin to surround him from all sides, gradually reducing the distance. As a result, all four, if you also count a new acquaintance, catch him in a kind of circle. One of the girls in a red dress comes closer to the hero and grins fervently, Akaya, as if condemning the scarecrow, and then adding what a handsome man she brought to them, while the guy still had a very surprised look. She leans closer to him, gently placing her hand on his chest, and then blushes and says that he is a real diamond. The other two girls, with pink and blonde hair, immediately agree with her, approaching Hao also close, as if wanting to examine. That's just the face of the only living man is not at all rosy, even more cruel, which makes the girls standing in a circle even surprised and tense. And then he shouts out that they are right on schedule, lighting up brightly at all and immediately burning with ardent love for them, which made them immediately laugh, and were clearly satisfied with this answer. And then a brown-haired woman in a red dress slaps him on the ass, which causes the handsome to tremble, and then calls out to him and informs him that he clearly knows how to talk to girls. And while Chuchu is watching how Sister Hongying is slapping Linjenya with might and main, she calls out to her and says that this guy saved her, and then almost tearfully asks her not to offend him, while the hero himself is flushed with might and shows a new acquaintance a thumbs up, smiling contentedly and immediately refusing, saying that she should continue as he likes, even begs to do it, which is why the brunette, to put it mildly, is shocked. She just uncomprehendingly tilts her head to the side, thinking that he seemed completely gay to her, why suddenly he was so happy with so many girls, before her eyes widen when the right thought comes into her head. And Chuchu herself says out loud that she understood everything and those words were true. Those very words are the phrase of some man with a cigarette in this world. Any girl can take a man under her heel. If a man refuses, then more girls are needed. Meanwhile, the hero himself has already been groped by the cheeks with might and main, informing that the sisters definitely like him, and then asks if he will go with them now, while Hao is already smiling with might and main, also pleased, and then the girl pulls his face to her chest, hugging his head and loudly offering him to go along with them, because so they will all be his. The guy is clearly not going to refuse, judging by his red face, while Chuchu herself immediately approaches his hand, hugging his upper limb and agreeing, calling out and telling her brother that they have a lot of food and drinks, and let him go with her. Meanwhile, the hero himself is lying in the middle of two mounds, clearly happy with his life. His face shone with a bright smile, while pure happiness splashed into his eyes. And after some time, Lanjan is already awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, but continues to smile, blushing violently and immediately shouting that he will do everything without problems, since he agrees, while he continues to examine them and notices that there are so many beauties here, so why do they need someone like him? Immediately, the girls in unison call him a fool, getting even closer and smiling slyly. So easily succumbed, just boring. He's too strong, so we need to deal with him when he's distracted. The sisters have never lost, soon he will know their strength. And indeed, the girls have a huge number of weapons, from a dart to handcuffs, and they are all stored in different places, then in tights, then in a pocket, then in the chest. And then they call on each other to attack. But then, for some reason, Chachu and the blonde are sharply surprised at something, opening their eyes in surprise and then starting to get noticeably nervous. What happened? Even the older sister and the other girl begin to rummage in surprise at the places where objects should have been hidden before they realize that there are none. Where are all the weapons? And then they notice that even the place in the middle of their circle is completely gone, and Hao himself is already standing somewhere to the side on some ledge, proudly jerking his leg and telling them that it's not worth looking for. He sits there, smiling gently and scrolling through almost everything in his hands, saying that everything is here. The girls immediately turn their heads to him in surprise, and Chachu opens his eyes in shock, continuing to stare at him, exclaiming, "How is it? And was he really pretending?" But he doesn't seem completely surprised, just continuing to smile and even fumbling with one finger in his ear, saying that he actually managed to uncover their scheme for a long time. 10 minutes ago, standing still near the bloody signboard on the tent, Lanjin opens his eyes in surprise, looking away. Only he came here and immediately sensed something was wrong. His gaze was directed at the girl who was just standing with her arms crossed in her place. Although she is surrounded by zombies, you can't tell from her that she is scared, which is why he decided to look with a magic eye, which immediately lit up yellow, and the pupil narrows, turning into a shuriken. And the girl has a tranquilizer in her pocket, right in the very back. That's just the tranquilizer does not work on zombies, but the hero knows exactly who it will work on. But it's too dangerous to go out alone as bait. Therefore, he realized that her partners were nearby. Someone was standing right behind him, someone on the left, another on the right. A couple hid nearby, a blonde with a whip, smiling maliciously and contentedly, a pink-haired one with a penknife, sticking out her tongue rather, and there she was playing with handcuffs at all. They all have weapons in their hands and none of them looks weak. So it's a bait trap. He doesn't know why they need a man, but it was Hao who always arranged such ambushes, and they want to catch him. He will punish them. Therefore, he used the technique of a businessman from the past world, and the nominal sticky fingers, almost a reference to Home Alone 2. The hero collected their weapons and decided to see what they would do without him, and how they will sing after. The guy was already standing in front of the tent, waving all the weapons, throwing them up and asking the girls what else they have, and then exclaims and calls on them to show everything right away, while he continues to smile and adds that otherwise they won't even have a second chance. Hun frowns and winces, baring his teeth and glaring at the guy. Damn, he had revealed their plan. They couldn't do anything to him without weapons. And then Chachu pulls off his hoodie from his thighs, throwing it to the side, while the sister, with an even more tense look, starts snapping her fingers, and then says that even if he revealed their plan, so what? More than one man has not been able to escape from her. At least, Ying shouts out so confidently, flashing his eyes, and then immediately exclaims and calls all the sisters into battle, to which they instantly rush towards the guy who continues to stand quietly near the tent. He grins and straightens his hands, asking if it's true, before telling them to then forgive him for his subsequent actions. The blonde frowns her eyebrows and says that he should go with them better, but in a good way, and then squeezes his fist and directs it with a sharp movement towards someone else's face. That's just how himself grabs her by the wrist, squeezing, and then puts her on the bandwagon, turning her face forward and makes the girl start to fall with a surprised look forward, while he himself throws the same dart into her buttock with a sharp movement, which makes the girl squeal and fall down completely, rolling a couple of meters forward, while the guy continues to stand straight and look at all this, while a pink-haired woman appears behind him, who throws her leg forward, intending to hit him on the back. And as soon as she throws her leg even more, which raises her skirt, a whip immediately squeezes her foot and calf, which twists around like a tourniquet or a snake, squeezing hard. and the hero himself is already turned to face her, still holding her leg up, which makes her stand in a very uncomfortable position, staring at each other, before the pink-haired frowns and strains, mumbling something about what the hell he is. That's just she can't finish, because with a sly grin, Lanjin pulls on this very tourniquet and makes the girl spin around her own axis, which makes her immediately lose her balance and just start screaming while Chachu and Hong grin and shout together, also rushing forward. They both run up to him from behind. The older one throws her leg up, intending to immediately hit him on the shoulder, apparently, and the younger one bends her knee, intending to hit him on the head. Their actions continue, intending to smash the unfortunate hero to smithereens, but only the latter sharply bounces back, which is why their blows do not arrive at the desired guy, but on the contrary, the floor, while small particles fly away from their blows and yellow stripes are visible. And all this was in order for Hao himself to be able to put on their wrists the very handcuffs that were originally supposed to be used on himself, to which Ying exclaims tensely that he is very fast, only frowning more from this incident, before the tip of that knife rests on her back, while the guy himself literally orders her not to move. But it seems that this does not frighten the woman at all, since she only tries to laugh or chuckle, intending to say something about what he is thinking of doing, sweating intensely. That's just all her words drown in her throat, because the hero hits her on the back of the head with one sharp movement of the palm, which makes the girl surprised. She opens her eyes, and then completely falls forward, which makes Chachu immediately bends down after her, starting to worry even more. That's just in the meantime. The sight of a sniper rifle is aimed at Hao himself, or maybe not, getting closer and closer and resting right on the edge of the guy's head. What? Don't men have the strength to resist beauties? It turns out that Xiaolin is watching him from somewhere above, who only blinks, watching this and collecting her thoughts that she did not think at all that he would not get caught when he showed up in her bathroom. But apparently the girl was completely mistaken. After some time, all the battle sisters were put to some kind of wall. Everyone was in a very strange state. They were even tied hand and foot, not even daring to say something while the hero was standing right in front of them, throwing stones in his hand, giggling to himself and thinking about what kind of sexy figure they have. After all, that's just one strange thing, that all the living people he met turned out to be just women. Finally, the first of them gives signs of intelligence to herself, who abruptly almost jumps up and presses her bound hands to her, shouting that damn, he knows who they are, and then gives out that he is from the Black Lily gang. He will deserve a lot of punishment for such actions. That's just that such an ardent threat does not seem to affect him at all, because Lanjin sharply squeezes the stones in his hand, almost to the point of crunching, while he asks if he understood this name correctly, before he reports loudly that they are even more like a gang of black hearts, while on his face a bright grin appears, and Hao flashes his scarlet eyes, saying that now they should answer his questions, otherwise he will feed them to zombies. And then he squats down, closer to the face of Hong, who looks up at him, and then he himself rapaciously informs that by their clothes it can be understood that not only Chachu acts as bait for men. The girl, hearing her name, also looks up at him, while the guy continues to say that in addition to the words that no man has run away from her, what really happened to all the men? He hadn't met one all day, and he'd fallen into their trap. And it seems that this lifts even the brunette's mood, because she smiles and gives her voice, immediately asking if he really doesn't know that men have become very valuable animals. This, of course, causes him even big questions, which is why the hero inclines his head uncomprehendingly. Valuable pets. And then Chachu begins his sad story. When the epidemic broke out, they show the part where a man begins to turn into a zombie because of a drink, trembling with might and main and being in epilepsy, while his girlfriend calls out to her dear man and screams what happened to him. Under the same conditions, the first signs of the disease appeared in men. A terrible fate with mucus standing out all over his face and rolling yellow eyes. Even on the news, graphs were shown at full intensity and reported that studies show that the zombie virus develops and spreads faster in men than in women, so they ask men to be careful. But not even a few months have passed since the men of China turned. There were fewer and fewer men, due to the fact that men are more susceptible to infection. They have become on the verge of extinction. Even those who were caught by the girls were usually brought to their head, reporting that they had found one hiding man. Therefore, the tribes of survivors consist of women, and men, of whom there are very few left, have become a very expensive resource. The woman immediately says with a wide smile that everything is fine and let them turn it on, since they are planning to have fun soon. And men are carrying all sorts of heavy things with might and main, exhausted and trembling, while they are treated literally like slaves, even using a hard whip. And that is why, after some time, men turned into sex slaves and hard workers, slowly disappearing. That woman with a predatory grin continues to wave her whip and lick her teeth, encouraging them to work or giving them a choice in the form of going to the bedroom and working out everything there with her. And naturally, her sexy appearance scares the unfortunate guys very much, one of whom immediately shouts out almost with tears that, well, no, he won't stand it again, let him work better, for which he immediately receives a couple of sharp and cruel blows on the back with a whip, which makes the latter sob at all and can only squeeze his hand in a fist. And in the meantime, the hero still has time to think about all this. It seems that everything here is much worse than he imagined. Because of the danger of infection, a small amount of food, even the women went berserk. No matter how strong he is, it will be difficult to survive here alone, not to mention saving this world. And then his eyes open wide when the right idea pops into his head. That's right, he can rebuild the society of this world. Since there are more women here, then he will simply create an army of beauties. And immediately his gaze stumbles upon the nearest car, which is literally a couple of meters away from him and seems to even drive up a candle with its headlights. Using his eye, he frowns harder. What else is turned up there? And right there, literally following the car, someone's sneakers step on the grass, sticking out and showing themselves, followed by the nasty faces of the dead, one of whom jumps off the roof of the Jeep at all, while the rest get out after. So many zombies. Perhaps their recent battle was able to attract them. But it's not even bad, the guy understands with a satisfied grin, because he just needs money. In his hand, a dagger immediately materializes, with which Lanran deprives 3 dead men of their heads with just one sharp movement, which causes bright blue stripes to appear in the air, and he rushes forward. And then a loud girlish squeal is heard, to which Hao instantly responds, looking in surprise in the direction of the recent sound, and then sees a rather strange picture. Zombies approach the girl, namely Hong and Chuchu, opening their mouths with might and main and clearly intending to do something like that with them. The older one immediately has tears in her eyes when she calls out to her younger one and grabs her hand, pulling her towards herself and begging her to save her, and in general, so that she finally covers her. But instead, the zombies grab Yin by the legs anyway, cutting her skin with their claws and loudly opening their mouths, shouting that he wants to eat, while the brunette only looks at her tensely and trembles, saying that only she will get infected, so you shouldn't drag into it also her. And then he gives the woman a ringing slap in the face, pulling out his hand and shouting for her to let go, while the latter continues to cry and scream. And only a single Chuchu breaks from his place, running away towards the exit, while the rest of the zombies begin not to restrain themselves, rushing towards the remaining girls, tearing them apart and growling loudly. Continuing to run away, she finally shouts out to the hero that he will soon get for it, while he only turns his attention to her, and then grins broadly, clearing his throat and telling her to address him at any time, while almost a whole horde of zombies is already standing in front of him, glittering with might and main with his own eyes and breathing heavily. But at the same moment he turns his head to one of the dead, at the same second raising his blade and cutting off one of their heads, and then cuts 2 more into the smallest pieces as soon as they start running in his direction. And in an instant, many of them turn into huge piles of gold, which immediately explode. Beauty, how much money he will be able to collect. Lanjin immediately smiles contentedly, jumping in one direction, smiling happily, while more and more millions are added to his balance. He soon even begins to spin with might and main, while the counter is growing, while there are already 12 million in full, and then he completely soars up, and in the meantime, probably, about 9 million more have been added. How nice. And while Hao is having fun there with might and main, blushing and rejoicing at the addition of money, a girl is also watching him from her mini binoculars. Such gestures, of course, cause her a lot of questions. What? And why is he so happy? The girls didn't seduce him, but how happy he is, killing zombies. What kind of type is he? And then her eyes open in surprise when the realization finally reaches her brain. Does he really like them? And immediately a picture flashes in her head where the guy is blushing in front of some zombie, it seems, about to make a kiss, which makes Xiaol and herself in complete shock. But now the dead continue to stomp on the ground, heading towards the hero, and then they rush forward with might and main at a living person, clearly not going to stop. Lanjin, on the other hand, puts the sharp edge of his blade forward, frowning his eyebrows and thinking that they are done for today. What precious stinking bags they are. He doesn't want to throw them so much, but then he still shoves his weapon into his bosom. Only today he worked for Slava, If he continues to kill, he will attract even more zombies, and for some reason he does not think that he can keep such a number. And in an instant, one of the dead men rushes at him from the side, stretching out his palm with sharp claws, intending to hit him, but instead misses as the guy pulls out another blade with his other hand, and then also materializes something else in his other, before completely rushing forward at him and then chopping off his head, turning sideways with a stiff look, extending his palm. The girl immediately brightened, opening her mouth wide and looking through the peephole. In his palm appears a jar with incredibly delicious meatballs, cartridges of true AI, that is, canned food. Xiaolin, who was watching him from above, instantly lowers her eye and begins to drool, looking at all this with wide eyes. Canned food with meatballs. Immediately, her little shelter begins to drool with might and main, while she continues to scream about meatballs and true AI cartridges, incredibly delicious, and in general, she really, really wants them. A huge grin appears on Hao's face, asking, well, did she like it? So if he died, then these canned goods would never have got to her. From the booth of the Ferris wheel, she shouts out that she will be there now and orders him to wait, as if she is going to go down and so on. And after some time, he finally steps on the ground, grabs the handles of the motorcycle and then pushes off from the ground, immediately pressing on the gas and instantly, like a bullet, heading towards his friend, while a plume of smoke and dust appears behind her. And then she flies up at all on some kind of on the ledge, rushing into the sky and driving pathetically from above through the heads of multiple zombies, flashing their wheels and concentrating on the right thing, while the dead only looked at her in surprise, lifting their heads up. A huge shadow hangs over some zombie, which comes from a motorcycle, while the girl herself jumps down on her moped, right in front of a crowd of zombies. And as soon as she jumps, she immediately drives a few meters and enters a hard turn, which leaves a clear tire mark on the ground. As soon as a girl runs into a guy next to her, she immediately orders him to jump on a motorcycle. The girl frowns and tells him to hold the jar tighter and warns that if he drops it, she will skin him. Hao just shows her a hand gesture and tells her to gas up soon, smiling contentedly at her. Xiaolin only frowns harder before he presses the gas pedal again, which immediately starts the engine and the motorcycle jerked forward, slightly bouncing on the rear wheel, while the zombies watch this picture before the moped drives literally through their crowd, carrying the dead to the nines, as if they were just ordinary bowling pins. One of them manages to reach out to them at all, although he himself was almost crushed by the rear wheel, but he does not care at all. That's just sharply on his gloomy and pale face, Langenia's shoe flies in, who yells at the zombie, who has rolled head over heels back, that he should leave. And then he looks at the consequences of his actions with a wide smile, calling out to the zombie in order to inform him not to distract him from a wonderful evening with this beauty. When she heard this, she blushed noticeably and shouted again, calling her friend a pervert, and then mumbled to herself who else was spending a wonderful evening with him, and then yelled at him to hold onto her tighter as she was going to accelerate. Naturally, there is nothing else to grab onto except for the bulging chest, which the hero held onto, opening his mouth wide and squinting from the insane flow of wind in his face, before he asks with a naive smile, but where is even stronger since his palms literally dig into someone else's watermelons, the most understandable parallel. That's just a couple of seconds later, golden stars and lines immediately fly away with might and main, which indicate that Langen clearly received several cuffs, which soon jumped up literally on top of his head. And the girl in the meantime only blushes and immediately gets annoyed, saying that if it wasn't for the food, she wouldn't, for which she did not spend fuel on a man, to which the latter only awkwardly mumbles his apologies and says that it will not happen again, although he still lowers his hands from the watermelons to her waist and back. They continue to drive along the deserted road, while Xiaolin continues to mutter and shout his displeasure, while a whole plume of smoke and dust spreads behind them. And after a certain amount of time, when the sun completely set below the horizon and evening fell on the city, while they returned to an abandoned apartment building, where they settled down together in her little room, where the hero settled on the sofa, and the girl herself sat on the floor, lighting a lantern, which soon illuminates the room, and finally then there was an opportunity to examine the interior of the apartment. Only this, as it turns out after, is completely different. Hao, having settled completely on the sofa, begins to wonder if this is her second base, to which the new acquaintance only agrees, and then adds that when the epidemic broke out, the rich area immediately emptied, so she chose this estate and arranged for herself. The guy looks at her motorcycle, and then back at her, adding that by the way, there are so few resources in their measure where she could get fuel at all. She turns away from her occupation and looks up at him, informing him that it is a gift from her father, right before the outbreak of the epidemic. Also, in an instant, you can see a photo with the father of the family, who is standing over the books, and then you can see the same cans. A friend reports that she planned to take it to the center of Hua State and find her parents, but due to the fact that there are too many zombies on the northern gate of Gwangju, she couldn't get out. Therefore, I had to save fuel while here. Besides, she is still collecting it in the process, and maybe one day she will be able to get out of here. But she does not know if they are alive while she herself is looking at that very photo, which is why the hero also pays attention to her, slightly frowning his eyebrows and not even knowing what to answer before he hands her an apple, chuckling slightly and offering to eat, because only a full stomach will have the strength. It seems to cheer her up, because she immediately literally rushes to his hand, grabbing the brush together with the apple in her mouth, quite agreeing with his statement, which makes the hero shudder and immediately pulls his hand away while she continues to sit with a huge red apple in her teeth, and shouts out slightly embarrassed how delicious it is, chewing fruit with might and main and telling her interlocutor that she hasn't eaten apples for so long. The last time she managed to try it 2 years ago, as she was able to find one in a frozen food warehouse. But it was rotten. The guy is literally disgusted, which is why he just continues to stare at her in surprise, thinking to himself, what a blonde is still a glutton. And then his emotion changes to a more joyful one when he defiantly raises his fist and realizes that, by the way, he still needs to know the details about everything. He smiles again and calls out to the beauty as if casually wondering why she was following him. Did she really fall for him? The guy even gets up in a specific pose, straightening his hair with might and main, which is why the girl only almost spits out an apple, immediately blushing and immediately blurting out loudly that to whom he gave up at all, she was most worried about food. If he had died, she wouldn't have been able to get so many canned goods from his corpse. And there really are a lot of them. But then the girl gets distracted, becoming more serious and adding that, by the way, who is he anyway? How does he manage to get such a huge amount of food? To which he just proudly and pathetically folds his hands on his chest and informs that even though they see her for the second time, he still doesn't know what kind of person she is. So why would he reveal his secrets? But Xiaolin frowns and squeezes her fist, immediately arguing that she actually already said her name, unlike someone else. But then, it seems, he gives up and begins to lead the narrative. Before the apocalypse, she was a member of the national fencing team and won prizes more than once. She also has an excellent command of edged weapons. Plus, she has been practicing very often these 2 years. And then he notices, chewing an apple, that of course, she can't compare with such a weirdo like him, and she won't even stand close. It only makes Hao smile a little as he continues to listen to her and think to himself, wow, a member of the national fencing team. Now it's clear where she got such strength from. Well, she's certainly not a weakling, since she survived the zombie apocalypse. And then his face lights up when an idea pops into his head again. By the way, the thought arises again and it appears where he sits on a kind of throne. He wanted to create his own society in general. Of course, there are few men, but if he has such a smart and strong girl on his side, then with such a team, no male army can defeat them. It's decided, Lanren thinks, snapping his finger. He will create his own female apocalypse squad. Moreover, so he can. His face becomes more and more comical and clearly with full intentions, while he even blushes slightly from such thoughts. Only literally at the same second a ringing slap is heard, and sparks and stars are pouring out of his eyes again, which do not promise anything good. The girl who just hit him and who has steam coming out of her fist from this, shouts that the acquaintance is really thinking his vulgar thoughts again, and even let him lay out who he is. Hao, once again left with huge bumps on the top of his head, only strains, looking at her and realizing that he can't tell her that he was transported from another world, at least not now. But a partial lie immediately comes out. The new acquaintance chuckles slightly, and then introduces himself by his full name, saying that he is also a master of wushu, and as for food, the guy leans back on the sofa and says that all the provisions are in his pants, so she can look for everything there herself. Xiao, of course, looks down exactly there, continuing to look down in surprise, before frowning and shouting that it's all his vulgar games again, before rewarding the guy with a ringing slap in the face, or maybe completely throws him off the couch. But no, most likely the first. Having already calmed down a little, Hao is sitting with a huge bruise and a bump on his cheek, now quite seriously informing that it's time to get down to business. So he calls out to Xiaoli and asks if she wants to sign a contract with him. She immediately opens her eyes in surprise, looking at her interlocutor and asking what kind of contract is this, while he puts his hands in a lock and himself under his chin and saying that he needs to hunt zombies. And she, as he has already managed to understand, is well aware of the territory, so he wants her to become his guide. She just keeps blinking in surprise, asking in her head, "Hunt zombies? Fucking pervert." He importantly raises one of his index fingers and says that if she agrees, then the hero will pay her with her favorite food, plus every lunch one can of canned food and an apple, to which the blonde instantly raises her hand and instantly informs that she agrees, while saliva flows from her mouth with might and main. Before he frowns slightly and arches his eyebrow uncomprehendingly, thinking that you can't tell from him that he's bad. But then why would he kill zombies? But if you compare, it's very profitable. He won't die of hunger, and that's fine. After all, there are literally huge cans of canned food and apples on the scales, and on the other cup there is just one dead person who is not even worth anything. She instantly stretches her fist forward with a happy smile, and informs that so be it. They have agreed, to which Lanren only looks up at her in surprise and opens his mouth slightly before he begins to smile himself and hits her with his fist, shouting that they have agreed. And as soon as their brushes knock, he smiles contentedly and happily notices that this is already the first girl in his female apocalypse squad. And a little after, Yizayali sits down on another ottoman, adding that, by the way, when the girls from the Black Lily gang seduced him, she thought he would fall for their tricks, but in the end he turned out to be even a gentleman. He just grunts and says that of course he will not get caught, because he is well versed in people and certainly will not fall for such a cheap trap. And then he points his finger at himself, seriously saying that a friend will remember that there is not a single woman in this world. But they don't let him finish, because then the apartment door opens abruptly with a characteristic creak, which causes the guy to throw his head right back on the sofa, mumbling in surprise and looking in the direction of that one, before loudly shouting "wow," and blood starts flowing from his nose in all directions in a moment. A girl with bandaged breasts and almost in her underpants appears from behind the door, stroking her curls and asking her sister if she has already returned. And while the guy continues to bleed, looking at the beauty with his head down, she opens her eyes in surprise, noticing him, and instantly covers herself with her hands before she screams loudly. And then crunchy and loud sounds are heard with might and main, before Hao is left with only huge bumps and complete misunderstanding. Looking at both blondes, Xiaoli only closes her sister with her body and pushes the door back into the corridor, intending to close the last one and shouting out with displeasure that she will help her sister change, and let him not dare to peek or she will pile on him before the door finally slams loudly and closes, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts until he is here. In a second she frowns with displeasure and exclaims, "Why is she mocking?" The girl herself entered, and even if he wanted to, he could not help but pay attention to her. But then something else attracts his attention, which makes Hao open his eyes in surprise and ask himself what it is, while his gaze rests on some ring or bracelet that lies behind the glass in the closet. And then he comes closer to take it in his hand, smiling contentedly, and noticing under it turns out that the former owner of this mansion was rich. And when the apocalypse began, he ran in a hurry, so much so that he forgot about all his values. Oh, if only he could take this gold. But immediately this very bracelet begins to burn bright yellow, gradually dissolving into space and causing him a surprised look full of misunderstanding when the system window reports that this very system has absorbed the golden bracelet. And instantly a small copy of the goddess appears, which informs its owner that personal belongings can be exchanged for 10,000 coins. And no matter what it is, if it is made of gold, one touch is enough and its balance will be replenished. This instantly causes the hero to smile contentedly when he almost jumps up in his seat and starts giggling to himself, saying that he was lucky, so lucky, it's worth looking for more gold. Just a little more and soon he will be able to return to his world for a while. Immediately, the guy begins to wander around the room, calling out to the gold like babies and asking where they are hiding, simultaneously looking for both on the sofa and in the closet. And under this very closet, with the help of his magic eye, and while he performs such actions, the door finally opens, from which an old acquaintance appears, who pulls her sister behind her and turns her head to Langenu, asking what he is doing there, which makes the latter tense up in an instant, trying to somehow smile while the blondes stare at him, and then jumps up at all in his place, starting to get noticeably nervous and stutter in every possible way, shouting that nothing, and in general, He just saw that they had a dirty place here and decided to clean up, which is why he only asks in surprise. They say to clean up at night, to which the latter only begins to clear his throat, saying that yes, it is, because he is. And then he immediately puts on a butterfly and hands them a tin of canned food on a tray, informing them that he is a real gentleman. How Lanran, so they will live happily with me. The guy himself gives a guarantee for this. Xiaoli is just in shock from what is happening, just silently boring her friend with her gaze, while her sister only silently and embarrassedly hides behind her, blushing and looking at the stranger. When they all sit down together at the table, she finally greets him and informs him that her name is Xiaomai. She is Xiaoli's twin sister. She gently smiles and corrects her curls, apologizing for what happened, because they rarely have guests, so she doesn't even. But Hao's laughter doesn't let her finish, as he nervously strokes the back of his head, telling her that it's okay. The older one just frowns and calls out to her girlfriend, asking why she is apologizing to him. It's generally he should beg for forgiveness, to which she only looks at her in surprise and says that she herself just said that he shared food with her, especially now he is their important guest. One that the latter only sulkily puffs out her cheeks and frowns, thinking again about her ill-fated products, continuing to be silent, before Xiaoli snorts and turns her head away, saying that okay, she forgives him, but only this time, while the other only apologizes again with a sweet smile. This couple is more like a demon and an angel. Well, they have different characters, but judging by the face of the hero, he even really likes it. But then Xiaomai decides to interrupt the conversation again, asking if she understood his name correctly, and then asks to tell her how they met her sister. Hao only grins and laughs more from this, starting to say that they met her in the shower, but they don't let him finish the last sentence, because two palms instantly reach out to his face and instantly clamp his cheeks on both sides, so that he doesn't even think about talking about something like that. Naturally, his mouth is covered with E, who begins to talk awkwardly about having met him when she rescued him from the Black Lily gang. And while she's talking, she closes the guy's mouth more and more, which makes the latter's face turn red, like a tomato, before the blonde finally lets him go and informs him that this is how they met, exactly, just like that. While Hao is there against the background almost faints at all from lack of oxygen, and the girl meanwhile is straining, thinking to herself that it is impossible for her sister to find out that this pervert was spying on her in the shower. But another girl seems to be starting to crack their little lie, saying that he seems to have actually said something about a shower, to which the swordsman picks up the unfortunate hero from the floor and holds him by the shoulder, smiling sweetly, while the latter smiles awkwardly and immediately denies everything, saying that it seemed that the latter no longer seems to be such an angel. The aura around her becomes much more aggressive, while she herself continues to smile a little and agree with him, before adding that if she finds out that he will offend her little sister, then she will not just leave him. He instantly tenses up, trying to smile awkwardly, adding to himself that Xiaomai looks like a gentle angel. But apparently it's not so easy if she finds out the truth. And when one of them returns back to the sofa, the latter starts coughing loudly for some reason, covering her mouth with her hand, while the second immediately reaches out to her and asks her sister if she feels bad, while the hero himself watches this action with tension, frowning slightly, while she continues coughing. He thinks about the fact that bandages on the body, pale skin color, cough, and chest pain. It would be necessary to find out what she is still sick and whether she is sick at all. His magic eye, of course, is instantly directed towards her breast before he realizes that she is very much infected. The world of the apocalypse is already very infected. Bacteria and viruses are around. One scratch is enough for a person to die from the disease. Hao frowns and continues to look at her, calling out to Xiaomai and asking how she got these wounds, to which Xiaoli silently turns her head at him and clenches her teeth, clearly not happy with such a question. She clenches her fist and shouts that it's all because of those damn bitches from the Black Lily gang. A couple of weeks ago, she and her sister were looking for food in a cold storage warehouse. They stood together near a locked door with characteristic signs, and then went inside, starting to pack a backpack and talking to each other. They were lucky and found a lot of products, but their happiness did not last very long. Someone's shoes burst in, and then a chachu is shown, and the other two girls who had guns in their hands. A gang of Black Lilies looked in on them, well armed, and the number exceeded them. They only know what to take food from other survivors. And as soon as they started to go inside, everyone fell silent, and they only found such a large supply of food. Did he really think they would have given her away for nothing? That's exactly how their fight with the Black Lily gang began. He swings, looking at his enemies with a threat, before throwing his blade and hitting its very end directly into someone else's thigh, and then grabs a kind of saber from somewhere, instantly rushing at another girl and piercing her wrist with the very tip. She has been proficient in melee weapons since childhood. Meanwhile, Xiaomai takes out his bow and arrow, immediately pulling the string and pointing the tip of the arrow towards the enemies, ready to shoot at any moment. The sister is a very accurate shooter. She hit the bullseye from hundreds of meters, as she shot both girls right in the chest. They are a great team with her, and they overcame the bitches very quickly. They even started begging for mercy so that they would let them go. Finally, when they began to get closer and closer to one of the girls from this very gang, she begins to hiss and clench her teeth, instantly pulling the blade out of her thigh, despite the fact that it began to bleed, which makes one of the sisters instantly tense up when she sees this picture, and then realizing that this weapon was directed at Xiaoli, she immediately rushes to her defense, which causes the blade to instantly rush straight into her chest, completely piercing her chest and forcing her to let go of her bow. As a result, this goat attacked them from behind, and her sister protected her from the dagger. Scared, Yi immediately grabs the blonde by the neck, looking shocked and surprised that the dagger stuck in. The sister was badly injured. She wanted to take revenge, but their battle attracted the dead. They were just peeking around the corner, starting to growl loudly, which made them immediately run away from there. They barely ran out, leaving the others to die and enjoy the company of the dead. Although they escaped, the sister's wound was too deep and infection began. They broke into some pharmacy, and while the wounded woman was lying near the wall, trying to somehow recover and wrap her chest with bandages, while the latter rummaged among the shelves, trying to find at least some medicine. They only needed penicillin to stop the infection, but they failed to find him, which made the sister feel worse. She weakened. Every day she can't sleep. Maybe soon she won't even be able to hold on anymore. The girl in front of Hao is almost crying, addressing him and telling him that he has ways to get so much food. Maybe he will be able to find a cure. He immediately smiles contentedly and thinks, stroking his chin and thinking that Xiaoli is a strong girl. And with Xiaomai's shooting skills, his army will become even stronger. The Lanren women's squad will be replenished with another fighter. He is obliged to save Xiaomai. But then the smile briefly drops from his face. How then to get the medicine? I think he will find what he needs in his own world, but somehow there is not enough gold. And then a smile appears on his face again when he informs that of course he can get it, but they have to find him gold. This news immediately cheers up the two girls who look up at him. That's just a friend that asks if she understood everything correctly, because gold is a useless trinket in this world. Why did it give up to him? But he only scratches his ear and informs them that he needs gold, and as soon as they find it, he will definitely find a cure, so they should not be bothered by his desire. Let them trust him and collect all the gold. Let them help him and, of course, he will find them a cure and bring them food that does not exist in this world. Xiaoli, of course, instantly lights up her eyes, and saliva is splashing out of her mouth. Food that doesn't exist in this world. It doesn't matter absolutely what he needs, but she will find everything. But Xiaomai, on the contrary, is thinking, this guy is ready to share even food. If he was against them, he would have attacked long ago, so she doesn't think he's bad. And in the world of the apocalypse, everyone has their secrets. If he helps them to live, then why should they learn anything else about him? Therefore, both girls happily agree with him, informing him that they have agreed on everything, which means they have teamed up with Hao. The wounded woman immediately informs that she knows that there is a casino in the west of the city. This is the first casino in Gwangju. Usually gold was used instead of chips, so she is sure that there is the largest stock of gold for today. But her sister immediately calls out to her, asking if she really forgot that there is a huge nest of the dead there, to which she adds in surprise that this is indeed the case, while Lenjenya's eyes light up with might and main. A zombie nest. That's great. He'll just kill everyone in this nest and will definitely get home very soon. He smiles contentedly and warns them not to be afraid, because that's where they will go. The guy will deal with the dead himself. The guy puts his hand into his bosom, in which something from the system immediately materializes, and soon he takes out and puts all the cans of canned food and apples on the table, saying that now they should eat. They will all rest together one evening, and in the morning we will go to the casino. Xiaomai just glares at him and is silent, not knowing how to even react properly, before thanking the hero with a smile. And the second one just agrees quite enough, clearly intending to enjoy enough food, since she is even salivating from her mouth right now. After that, closer to night, Xiaomai turns over in his sleep, blushes and starts sweating. lying in bed and trying to somehow fall asleep, while Hao is standing in another room near the balcony, looking forward and resting his hands on a kind of windowsill, sadly thinking that he doesn't even know what happened to his company. But it's worth going back and finding out all the details of which freak Jairu used to kill him. Meanwhile, Xiaoli is watching him from another balcony, thinking that she was looking for a cure for her sister and came across a bunch of black lily bitches, had to wash off the blood so as not to attract zombies, and how lucky he was there. Even though he broke into the bathroom while she was naked, she feels safe with him. But then, for some reason, footsteps began to be heard in the distance, rustling on the grass, which is why both instantly turn their gazes there. Something is wrong, and what is it there at all? The hero instantly uses his magic eye, which can be said by the characteristic pupil, while he directs his gaze forward, straight to the grass, where rustles were heard. And at first it's empty, and then various silhouettes begin to appear, which soon get closer and closer, and soon 3 girls appear, headed by a strict woman who instantly raises her hand and orders everyone to stop when she notices someone near the bars and fence. It was a zombie that was growling with might and main and kept hammering forward, grabbing the bars, before finally turning his head in their direction. But they don't even let him look at them, because a bullet instantly flies into his head, which is why he was nailed to the fence. The one who fired was the same strict woman, and the shot itself was made from a pistol, before she takes out the rest of the cartridges and orders everyone to go in 2 columns, and then points towards the House of Heroes, telling everyone to move there. They instantly begin to move along the grass, making their way closer to the fence, while the hero meanwhile notices a scarecrow in the crowd. Had she brought a whole squad of the Black Lily gang to take revenge on him? Xiaoli, who was watching everything from binoculars, immediately turns her head to the sides of the room and calls out to her sister while she has already risen from her bed and grabbed her bow, saying that she hears everything, and then orders him to take a weapon before frowning harder and informs that they are with Hao Lanjin and get out of here together as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the guy just frowns and continues to look towards the squad, thinking about how many bitches there are in the Black Lily gang. They are also armed to the teeth. It's good that he left. But Xiaoli and her injured sister won't survive. But here the serious face of the hero is transformed as soon as the corresponding idea arises in his head. Right, he's got a lot of money, you can buy at least something, so it's worth a look. And in an instant the guy disappears from this world, using the system and the power of thought, which is why he immediately appears in the space of the very system where the goddess appears in front of him in an instant. Hao smiles at her and informs her that as far as he remembers, to improve the magic eye, 10 million is needed, whether he has enough now. She also smiles at him and informs the owner that his current balance is 31,010,000 coins. He can easily improve the magic eye to the eye of the fighting spirit. The blonde one also smiles, saying that everything is fine and forces her to improve everything right now, instantly poking into the appropriate window. For some reason, a blue light and a ray rushes straight into his eye, and then informs him that the magic eye has been improved to the eye of the fighting spirit. As soon as the ray catches up with his yellow iris, it immediately turns blue, and the pupil is wider and in the shape of a cross. The guy can only blink in surprise and look around with might and main, while the girl congratulates him and informs him that the improvement of the magic eye was successful. The abilities of the eye of the fighting spirit have been transferred to his memory. Immediately, the hero gets into the appropriate pose with might and main, as a reference to the Dragon Ball, and then shouts that is really the power of the eye of the fighting spirit. Perfect. The Black Lily gang will get it from him soon. The goddess only looks at him awkwardly, thinking that her master is a fool, and this does not relate to the strength of the eye of the fighting spirit at all, and then clears her throat and informs that the system has the best for the master. 10 million coins were spent on improving the magic eye. The current balance is 21,010,000 coins. The next level of the magic eye is the eye of the scarlet flame. 20 million coins are required to improve. Does he want to continue improving? He almost instantly becomes enraged. So expensive. Yes, the system is just mocking him. If he improves now, he will never get back home. No, he will postpone this matter for now. Pathetically, he stretches out his hand and thanks her, but adds that he himself will figure out when to improve everything. So later, she is not upset by this from the word at all, and then adds that with the improvement of his magic eye, a new skill wonderful lottery of the eye was discovered. Immediately, a huge automaton appears right behind her, inside of which there are incomprehensible capsules, and the dial is completely clogged with only question marks. And then he begins to explain that the wonderful lottery of the eye is a skill that allows you to get a random reward for 2 million coins. He can get equipment, a skill, or even a weapon. Among the awards there is a pain point of 7 stars, an antivirus against zombie poison, the sword of the god Ganjian. Hao immediately smiles contentedly and says that these are generally excellent rewards before agreeing to try, which is why 2 million are instantly withdrawn from his system account. The wheels inside the machine immediately begin to spin, bubbling and starting the mechanism with might and main, while the arrow begins to spin madly, passing every question mark. While Lanren watches all this with a shocked face, not even knowing what can be expected from all this, before finally the arrow stops and soon he has it appears in the hands. A roll of paper. The hero just looks at this something in his hand with complete shock and disappointment, and then begins to aggress and shake the roll, shouting, "What the hell? 2 million coins on a roll of napkins. What a fucking divorce." And then he adds that he needs to do it again, which is why he presses the button, and why the mechanism starts up again and starts turning the arrow with might and main, minus another 2 million, but then some kind of tube appears in the other hand, from which the guy starts burning even more. Heck, even if he's single, why the hell would he offer a roll of napkins and lube? He does not believe that he is so unlucky. One more time. Having thrown these unnecessary items away, the arrows start spinning again with might and main before they stop. Hao's face is not happy at all when a pink bikini appears in his hands. The model is not bad, he notices, but what does it matter to him? Moreover, 2 million was spent on it. But then his face becomes more cheerful when an idea arises in his head, which makes him start laughing, twisting the fabric in his hand with might and main and looking in a certain direction, noticeably blushing. Meanwhile, Xiaoli is banging her fist on the next door with might and main, calling out loudly to Lenjenya and ordering him to get out, as there is a gang of black lilies wandering around their house with might and main, and then desperately asks her sister what to do before she invites her to move away, and informs her that she will try now. She taps her foot loudly on the floor and instantly starts running towards the door, accelerating and about to hit it with her elbow, before she notices the noise that comes from there and abruptly opens her eyes. She doesn't even have time to react when the guy opens the door to her with an uncomprehending look, as she rushes literally forward, intending to initially knock out this very door. That is why Xiaoli soon bumps into someone else's chest with her hands, trying to somehow stop her fall until it becomes completely inevitable. Naturally, they both crash into each other, which causes a collision and a loud noise is made before the blonde begins to open her eyes, and then she opens her eyes in surprise when she realizes that she is literally sitting on top of Hao, pushing her chest forward and immediately blushing, trying to instantly get up from her seat. But the guy, apparently, is very happy with this arrangement of affairs. Why is he interested in a friend? Why she sat on him like that? Why a huge duck appears behind her, who just keeps singing about how beautiful she is, baby, while she opens her mouth in surprise. What? And then he screams that he's a fucking pervert, before instantly hitting him on the cheek, blushing even more while Xiaomai approaches them, holding the backpack in his hands and wondering what they've arranged here, before once again reminding them that the Black Lily gang is still outside. She frowns and strains, continuing to say that there are a lot of them and this is a big squad. She is also sure that their head Lin Mulian also came. She has a pistol with a silencer in her hands. It will be difficult to fight with her. Finally, her sister gets up and dusts herself off, grunting with displeasure and informing her sister that her wounds are their work. Today they must take revenge on these bitches. But immediately Lanjin also rises up, who strokes his hand and informs that it is not worth climbing. Of course they will take revenge, and there is even a very effective way. The girls, turning their eyes to him, immediately wonder in unison what kind of way, looking at a friend in surprise while he grins, and then adds that, of course, before he pulls out that pink bikini from his bosom, shouting about the stunning, while his face continues to sparkle a smile. Why Xiaomai only blushes, immediately imagining herself in a similar image and asking a friend if she understood everything that way. Only Xiaoli instantly uses a regular uppercut, hitting Hao right on the chin, shouting that this fucking pervert go to hell. After all, they will never wear this shameful rag. And then immediately begins to use a Spartan grip on it, pinching his neck, which makes the guy even choke and blush again, asking who said they would wear it at all, and then immediately asks to listen to him. After some time, a whole crowd was already crowding around the huge estate, which was getting closer and now stood almost at the very door, while one of the girls approaches the head and calls out to the woman, informing her that they have come. Chachu immediately gives her voice, holding a gun in her hands and shouting that the guy who killed Hong Ying is here, so she is sure that those twins are here too. Lin Yulian immediately shouts out that it's great and informs them that they can't escape anywhere today. She and an old friend approach the door, holding a weapon in their hands, before the brunette pulls the handle and loudly announces that their door is open, and then opens it even wider, causing the rays of the moon to fall inside, and then they all gang slowly begin to go forward, still not missing their weapons, and then they notice some kind of imprint on the wall, which is why the head immediately clenches his fist and orders everyone to stand, saying that she hears something. And they are clearly ahead, which is why Chachu squeezes his dagger harder, and the woman adjusts her pistol, smiling contentedly and saying that they are completely ready. All weapons are fully at the ready to shoot and be used at any moment. Before Lin forces everyone to move forward and herself jumps out with a friend from around the corner right into the corridor, sliding her foot and resting it against the wall. Before they both open their eyes in surprise, completely shocked by what appeared in front of them. What the hell? There was a girl in ballet flats hanging on something in front, with her arm outstretched and in a beacon, as if in the pose of some ballerina or even a figure skater. And it was. Chachu instantly tightens up even more. What the hell is going on? Does this zombie still dance? Where are the bastards? In an instant, the dead man turns his head to them, flashing his bright and blue eyes, which makes the girl only freeze and without the ability to speak, only begins to tremble, pointing in the direction of this something. There is also a stand, which probably acted as a striptease column, before the zombie jumps down and rests his palm on the floor, while a huge number of different zombie men begin to appear behind her. But there is only one difference. Her eyes are blue, and they are red. An old acquaintance, having finally regained the ability to speak, mumbles asks the leader where all these zombies came from. Did they all gather because of the dance of this dead girl? And literally at the same second, it seems that there are even more of them, as they gradually surround the entire gang of Black Lily, and one of them rushes forward at all. The others just twitch, growling loudly and opening their mouths. The others also continue to stare at them, burning with their gaze, before Lin abruptly stretches out his hand, blocking the others and shouts to them that they are in trouble and orders them to run as soon as possible from here. And she herself instantly adjusts her kalash and loads it, before insanely fast shots begin to be heard soon, while the rest of the girls run away towards the exit, leaving the main one there. And then, abruptly, a girl bursts through the door, covered in blood and wounds, instantly calling out to the head and shouting that things are bad with them, which makes Chachu tense up even more, opening her eyes wide. The short-haired one reports that they are surrounded, outside too, but she doesn't even have time to finish, as a whole crowd of zombies immediately rushes at her from outside, grabbing her by the arms and biting her shoulders while she desperately screams and reaches out to the survivors. But she is instantly knocked to the floor and continues to bite with might and main, while an old acquaintance is watching this crazy picture. And what then? A blonde in a hood with a complete shock. That's just behind them. There is the same zombie, who confidently heads towards them. His mouth opens wide right at the neck of one of the girls, which makes you even see his turquoise drool, and then he digs his sharp teeth right into the carotid artery, which makes the Chachu jump all over and open his eyes even wider when bright blood stains her clothes and face. She instantly covers her mouth with her palm and starts crying desperately, thinking that no, she can't die. It can't. The girl tries to go forward while the palm of her barely alive ally grabs her leg, trying to keep her in place while she completely covers her ears with her hands, continuing to scream in her head that she does not want to die at all. Behind her, the dummy there continues to shoot with might and main from a kalash, which is why the bullets only whistle, hitting the approaching zombies. The woman continues her desperate attempts to survive, frowning and trying to fend off such a huge crowd. That's just the bullets keep hitting, but they don't seem to cause any damage at all, especially for a woman who continues to stand at the head and defend herself with just her hand. Her eye is still shining as she drills the head of the gang with her gaze, and her wrist shows the same bullets that have not advanced further at all. Lin just opens her eyes wide in surprise, continuing to shoot and thinking to herself, what the hell did she manage to protect herself from everything? But suddenly, I'm kidding, it's not clear why, hits the woman in the face and shouts that she's an idiot, before ordering her to give the gun to her, and then she takes it away herself, shouting curses in her direction and hysterically betrays that she was protecting her from all the zombies here, and she didn't really kill anyone. She immediately looks at her irritably and shouts out what she's talking about. Is she crazy? Or something, before telling her that if it wasn't for her and her sisters, they wouldn't have put a finger in here. She's a damn idiot. Let her die. And while they continue to shout to each other that one of them should take their hands off or give everything, A girl in a thong is already approaching them with might and main, who is smiling rapaciously. Only it turns out to be just Hao, who, with his very new eye, just looks at them, starting to laugh and in every possible way gloat over them, because that's what their real and true essence appeared. It's just disgusting. Today they will go to real hell together. The guy turns his head in the direction of the gasoline canister thinking that it's about time, because it was difficult to get these cans. Chachu loudly shouts hands and immediately hits his head in the face with the barrel of the Kalash, which makes her fall limply to the ground near the wall. And the girl takes her weapon and opens her eyes in surprise when she notices that this very machine is rushing straight at her along with the canister, banging her heels. The brunette shouts out so that the zombie does not approach her, continuing to shed tears and sweat. But Lanjin only grins and grunts harder before a recent acquaintance starts shooting with might and main from a Kalash, not even knowing how to do it correctly, judging by the eternally trembling muzzle, while Muhan screams with might and main, trying to stop her and inform, so that she doesn't shoot, because there. And as soon as the bullets start hitting the guy, he tries to close his hand and the bullet bounces off to get right into fuel. Oh shit. The girl screams loudly and continues to roar until her face is illuminated by a bright light from the incipient explosion, which happens, throwing away all the nearest people, and not only, before the blast wave and fire completely tears them apart, and Hao himself, already in his usual guise, just says goodbye to them with a wide grin, while he continues run away from the explosion site with his friends, holding Xiaomai on his back while Xiaoli runs ahead, before a notification pops up from the goddess of the system, which informs and congratulates the owner on receiving 6 million coins. He immediately begins to smile, quite immediately thinking about what it means. For controlling zombies and killing others with a dead man, you can also get a gold piece. Charmingly simple. He immediately calls out to this pervert and tells him not to think that she does not know what he is thinking, while he only looks at her in surprise and incomprehension, clearly not knowing what to say, while she shouts discontentedly that he should stop with it, otherwise he will kick it himself. After all, the unfortunate wounded woman grabs his shoulders with might and main so that it would be easier to hold on. She just smiles gently and tells her sister that it's not worth swearing, because, moreover, now is not the time. Besides, Hao saved them from the attack of the Black Line gang. From this remark, of course, the latter awkwardly falls silent while the guy is egging her on at all, nodding to her and saying that her sister is much smarter than someone, because she can only be angry, especially at him. The blonde frowns with displeasure and immediately thinks, saying, "But how can I not be angry here? So much fuel has gone to waste. Besides, her motorcycle." And then Xiaomai leans closer to the guy, calls out to him and asks why that zombie suddenly started dancing, which makes the blonde visibly tense and frowns, looking up at her, before he starts mumbling that it's actually very simple. He grins at her and says that if you use a special technique of hitting AI points, she will also start dancing without stopping, and then ask if she wants to try these fastest fingers, which makes the twin blush, and the second turns her head to him before they both hover over his head and ask what he blurted out there in general, before various sounds of blows, screams, as well as the sounds of broken bones immediately begin to be heard. And then the guy remains with bumps and blood, exhaling heavily and laughing to himself, adding that if he said he could control a zombie, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. 20 minutes ago, the guy was standing right in front of the goddess in the space of the system, while the blue ray of the system was directed into his eye, while the information that the magic ear was improved to the eye of the fighting spirit was again displayed. The goddess then informed him with a serious face that the eye of the fighting spirit had been achieved, which means that the abilities of this very fighting spirit are the transfer of memories and perception of the host into zombies. Hao only incomprehensibly asks how it should work at all, opening his eyes wide, while the girl begins to explain that the eye of the fighting spirit is activated once every 2 hours. Only one zombie can be taken under control at a time. If the zombie is under his control, then he can see everything that is in his field of vision. A grin instantly appears on Lanjin's face when he asks in surprise if this is really a martial spirit eye skill, before adding that he did not think he would get such a strong ability. He can control zombies, so he can also see everything in front of his eyes. It is enough to use this skill correctly and there will be a lot of benefit from it. Meanwhile, not far from the estate, in a local neighborhood, a guy is sitting on a roof with might and main, carefully and silently inspecting houses before he smiles and notices that this is exactly who he needs when he notices his goal. He instantly uses his new ability, which causes his pupil to take a different shape, and he himself comes across a zombie girl, around whom zombies are already crowding with might and main, and as soon as she turns her head sharply at him, throwing a glance of her scarlet eyes as their gazes collide, mixing bright and blue rays. Before DNA they begin to mix, and then her iris changes to a brighter and bluer one before he realizes that everything turned out, but their performance will start in the other direction. Therefore, he immediately turns around on his heels and turns to the rest of the zombies, instantly taking a special sexy pose, attracting someone else's attention, and even turns with his fifth point, deliberately moving his hips and attracting the eyes of the guys. Why at first they just look at her in surprise, clearly not understanding. But when they realize, then next to hearts began to appear between them. One of them loses his doll altogether, while the others squint and grin with might and main. One man with a mustache begins to show off it all, embarrassingly folding his palms together. The second one immediately begins to roll up with the help of all sorts of signs, and soon almost a horde was walking around the girl, looking at her in love and silently following her, while Hao awkwardly laughs and notices that, although they are all dead, men remain men. He is already beginning to laugh about himself, praising himself and saying that this is just a mind-blowing plan, but he is just shocked by himself. His face is already pretty screwed up, while he starts laughing with might and main, and the girls are watching him uncomprehendingly. And Izayali is frowning at all, and squeezes his fists before calling out to his sister and telling her to just look at him. And anyway, this pervert has a nasty laugh. He's definitely thinking about something vulgar. The smile immediately disappears from Lanjan's face when he squints in her direction, clearly not knowing what to answer, before he starts laughing and coughing awkwardly, asking her why she took it at all, because he's just glad how they dealt with the Black Lily gang, which she only sarcastically agrees, saying that of course, that's how she believed him. Xiaomai only awkwardly presses her hand to her mouth, looking a little saddened, and says that well, enough is enough for them. They will swear even louder and gather all the zombies in the neighborhood before suggesting that they move on as soon as possible. And while they're walking, she adds that they're not far from the casino. They won't get there on foot until dawn. Xiaoli immediately supports her sister, saying that she is right and we need to move on, so she suggests to hurry up. And naturally, some zombie hears their booming arguments, who had been rummaging around the corner in the trash before he looks out of his hiding place, going to see what's going on there, while a blade is substituted for him from behind. And then with a sharp movement of his hand, the zombie's head immediately flies away, piercing with a blue ray everything before it falls to the floor and begins to dissolve with the help of the system, turning into gold coins while someone steps forward. A bright grin immediately appears on the face of a person or a zombie when 1 million is added to the balance, and then his blue eyes hidden under a hat are shown. Hao himself grins, thinking that by killing zombies with other dead people, he gets money anyway. Moreover, this way less hemorrhoids are created if you kill them in this way. After that, 3 million is added, while the hero laughs to himself, assuring that he killed 3 people at a time. The ability is simply bombastic. That's how they went forward, 3 in 1 zombie, killing others with a dead man and approaching the casino. Meanwhile, the sun had already begun to rise over the city, rising higher and higher than various buildings, soon illuminating, as if all over, probably, the casino, near which hordes of zombies were crowding, growling and crowding around with might and main. And there were really a lot of them, and they were all different. And meanwhile, the hero and 2 girls are silently watching all this from above. The guy frowns slightly and starts saying that so, if they make their way through this whole horde of zombies, then there will definitely be a casino behind that door. Xiaoli grabs the hilt of her blade, agreeing with him and informing him that he has hit the nail on the head, before adding and asking where all this crowd came from here, and then said that she would distract them and let them run to the gate, before her sister grabs her by the hand and asks her to stop, which makes her open her eyes in surprise and look at Xiaomai, while she asks to be allowed to do everything to her, raising her huge bow and winding an arrow, pulling the string, aiming straight ahead. But she first begins to look around, noticing that there are too many zombies at the gate. That's if she can find barrels next to them. And turning her head a little, she immediately notices the very right barrels, shouting out that she found them, before pulling the bowstring harder and frowning slightly, focusing on her sight. And then he releases the end of the arrow altogether, which makes it instantly bounce and fly straight towards the zombie, who is standing near the barrels, before flying literally near his shoulder without touching anything, and then immediately begins to dive down, heading with its tip to the explosive barrel, before crashing into its edge, pierces completely, and it causes a spark, which causes a fire and explosion to develop in an instant, from which the dead man only raises his head in surprise and begins to look in that direction. before a huge explosion and shockwave are heard all over the neighborhood in an instant, which the rest of the crowd of zombies instantly pays attention to, and then completely turn around, growling loudly about something, before for some reason everyone rushes forward, wanting to find out what happened there as quickly as possible. Xiaomai watches them from the side, which presents a complete picture of the horde running to the explosion, and literally in a few seconds there was nothing left of them, since the doors were now completely free. The girl cheerfully adds that everything is fine, because now there is no one at the gate. Lanren turns to her with a cheerful smile and gives her a thumbs up while he calls out to the blonde and compliments her with a beautiful shot, which makes her blush embarrassingly, while Xiaoli hugs her shoulders and proudly adds that yes, she is still in a bad condition, and then adds that she can hit it all at a target from 1,000 meters, which is why she only starts to deny it in embarrassment. After some time, the guy stares at the bright and golden playing cube, which is located on top of the building itself, which Hao looks at, covering his eyes slightly with his palm, asking the girls if this is really a casino, before adding that this is a place overflowing with gold. He himself sees the golden dice from above. He likes it. They are already at an abandoned bus stop, where the girls ask him how he is. Cool. While the second one adds that yes, she came here before the apocalypse, while the guy himself is smiling contentedly. Perfectly, he is sure that there is a lot of gold inside before he asks them to go and collect all the gold that is inside. That's just something abruptly moved and hit a metal jar, which the guy immediately pays attention to, opening his eyes in surprise. What? And then he immediately tenses up and shouts to his allies that everything is bad and urges them to hide in a moment, while the girls raise their heads at him in surprise, but follow the order, hiding with him behind the bus while Lanren watches what is happening there, while everything is shaking. And at the end of the road appears a huge gust of smoke, which was still not going to dissipate, while the guy himself is straining even harder, standing behind a trembling car, before finally a huge hand appears out of the smoke and dust, which beats on the asphalt. And then a huge knock is heard at all, which makes everything tremble. He looks in the mirror in surprise, straining even harder before noticing that it is the same. The smoke gradually dissipates completely, and almost a giant appears from there, reaching for the bus with his hand. Is this huge thing definitely a zombie? The zombie kid abruptly stretches out his arms, sitting down on his knees, before raising them and starting to scream loudly, raising his fists and screaming loudly, opening his mouth and candle with his bright red eyes, before straining, and something huge and black appears from his umbilical cord. And from the scream all the nearest windows are broken at all. Why do huge yellow stripes appear at all? While the hero and the girls clung to the body with might and main, trying not to fly away from such a huge force, while the windows continued to break at the nearest buildings and everywhere, while the attack radius of this baby, in fact, it is really huge, which, in fact, is quite frightening. Xiaoli leans out of their small shelter, looking up at the broken window and whispering, wondering if this is really a demon, before Hao incomprehensibly asks her if he understood everything correctly, to which she agrees and informs that the survivors say that this is a mutated zombie. Its destructive power is frightening. It is equal to hundreds of zombies. She hadn't even expected to meet him. Lanjin looks up at her, frowning slightly, before pressing his back against the frame of the bus and begins to slowly squat down, reaching out with his palm to some stone. Is the demon really that strong? As soon as there is a stone in his hand, the guy examines it, and then completely bends lower, almost lying down on the ground and looking under public transport, before aiming at some sign and instantly shoots there with his click, causing the stone to instantly fly into the iron stop sign, making a sound that the zombie demon immediately draws attention, shooting there with his red gaze, before turning there and starting to reach forward with interest, like a real child, and then crawls closer and literally pokes his finger at this very sign, as if checking what it is, while Hao is grinning. Gotcha. And while the demon was looking at the sign with interest and trying to touch it, the same zombie with a spear, which was controlled by the hero himself, was standing on top of the lantern. His blue eyes sparkle, and a slight grin appears on his lips before he even runs the tip of his spear through the plastic and pushes off with his foot from the edge, completely breaking the equipment and falling down, aiming the sharp tip right at the very back of the demon's head, about to hit him and finally kill him. That's just the baby, still not distracted from his side, abruptly stretches out his hand so that the younger dead man gets right into his palm, before his body is tightly squeezed by fingers, squeezing everything inside to hell. before the forces of control begin to gradually dissipate, and he then lets out his last sigh when the demon brings his palm closer to his face, in which he holds the dead man, examining him with his red eyes, and then opens his genus wide with 3 rows of teeth and brings the unfortunate directly to him, and then lets go and swallows, along the way biting off his hand with his jaws, and then completely sits back in place, making chucking sounds and picking at his teeth with the help of this very hand, before being distracted when his jaws open a little. Meanwhile, the guy is straining even harder and thinking. He thought that this demon was just strong and brings great destruction, but he is also very smart and fast. He is afraid that with the current level of the magic eye, he will not be defeated and taken under control. In an instant, the goddess of the system appears, who with a smile informs that Hao has hit the nail on the head. Bingo. The guy only stares at her in surprise when the girl appears right in front of him, and even more so, in full height and in all its glory, before he points at her with his finger and starts shaking his head back and forth, looking in shock at Xiaoli, then at the goddess, while the first girl only pays attention to him. The blue-haired woman immediately smiles at him and tells him not to worry, because they do not see her at all. She comes closer to him and looks in the direction of the new enemy, informing him that the demon is a zombie that has absorbed 10,000 other dead, so it was he who became a high-level zombie. And then he adds that while the owner is not able to take it under control, but the goddess immediately smiles and points in his direction, informing him that if he kills him, he will receive a big bonus. A window of the system is immediately displayed, which notifies him of a temporary task, to destroy a high-level zombie demon in 3 days. The reward is 100 million coins, plus a special reward. The remaining time is 71, 59, 55. The hero, of course, immediately transforms his face into a contented face, only he should have seen such an award and such huge numbers, and even some special one that was completely unknown. But then he is instantly hailed by someone's hand, which diligently pokes him in the shoulder, which makes the hero open his eyes in surprise and instantly turns his head in the direction of what happened, before noticing the frightened Xiaomai, who calls out to Brother Hao and informs them that they should go around him and go for gold, while the sister behind him frowns with displeasure and also bores him with a look. But the hero smiles a little tensely and points at himself with his thumb, immediately answering that no, they will find gold, but he simply has to kill the demon. The girls immediately look at him in surprise and instantly exclaim how he is going to do it, because the demon is so strong. How can they overcome him? While he turns to them and spreads his hands, starting to think about everything. If they go after the gold, then the demon can escape. By killing him, they will not only get rid of a dangerous threat, but also earn a lot of gold with a bonus reward. So that's exactly what they will do. Lanjin immediately has some kind of plan in his head, which makes his face instantly transform, and even brighten up, before he picks up the unfortunate wounded Xiaomai without any problems at all, immediately shouting that they should not be afraid, since he has a plan, while another blonde is watching him dumbfounded. And then he opens his mouth wide at all when the hero takes off at all, and at such a speed that he already disperses the dust around him with might and main, while he orders in a loud voice that she should follow him. First they need to find a safe place to rest. Here they will hide from the demon, and from the other gate they will enter directly into the casino. And they really managed to do it without any consequences. So they avoided meeting with a horde of zombies and went up to the 5th floor of the casino. There they found a rest room. It is far from the horde and safe enough. And as soon as they stopped near her, the guy covers one blonde's path, ordering them to wait here, and he inspects the door in front of him, continuing to say that he will check if there are any dead people there. The hero instantly uses his magic eye, but only on one eye, frowning his eyebrows, before pulling his palm to the door handle, and then pulling it and opening the door with a creak, going inside and examining everything that is there. That's just behind the curtain there was a silhouette in a hat, which immediately attracts the guy's attention. Hao grins, saying out loud that he thought so, and then immediately moves forward, informing that there is someone here. And as soon as the guy steps over with his foot, some kind of incomprehensible foam or gray slime appears under the sole, which he immediately steps on and then smiles disgustedly and lowers an uncomprehending look down before he slips on this something and starts driving forward, quickly moving his legs and hands. What? And why is it so slippery? And literally, because of this, he had to drive a few meters to the bed itself, about which he immediately bumps his face, driving into the very edge, and then winces, saying about himself what an idiot he is. After all, the whole floor is covered in wax. But then he opens his eyes in surprise. Wait a minute, what's that in his hand? The girls immediately rush inside themselves, while Xiaoli grabs the handle of her weapon, while they call out to her brother Lanjin together, looking anxiously ahead before both of them are struck by a small shock, from which they freeze just in place, clearly stunned by what they saw. And there's a chair with the appropriate equipment, which probably causes too many questions, as well as all sorts of other accessories, like clothes and other things, and the hero, meanwhile, is holding on to something like that, smiling awkwardly, and looking not so bad, and in general, he sticks his tongue out there with might and main, which makes his posture more strange, like himself. The girl's face instantly changes, and she just looks at him not with disappointment, but with complete shock, and even is silent, not even knowing what to say. Perhaps words are simply not needed here. And it also turns out that when they step closer, Hao squeezes the chest of a special doll with both hands, which is lying on the bed, while the blonde's face still does not express any particular emotions, before a loud cry of Yamate Sudasai is heard. And after a while, the girls both sat down on the bed, while the guy with huge cuffs is standing in front of the window, breathing heavily, while the same doll was also lying on the floor with tears and cuffs. And behind the curtain there was just a hat on a hanger, damn. But he really thought there was a zombie there, but it turned out completely differently. The blonde, meanwhile, snorts discontentedly and asks if he specifically chose this room for perverts, why he turns to them with a smile and a hat, inside of which canned food and apples are already visible, and he says that this is pure chance, since he was just looking for a place to rest. And of course, immediately Xiaoli's mood changes, as do her sisters, who immediately look at the food with satisfaction, while something starts to materialize in the hero's hand from the system itself, before he moves closer to the door, waving his other hand and telling them that he needs to get ready for a battle with a demon. While the sisters are watching him, and one of them, who is chewing apples, immediately shouts that she will go with him, but he stops for a while, shaking his head and answering that no, it is not necessary, before turning his head to them and gently smiling, saying so that she would stay here and protect Xiaomai, and he would deal with the rest himself. The latter even gets up from her seat and waves her hand, telling her brother to be careful, while Xiaoli just shouts that then she will eat her apple. And literally a second later, the door slams shut when the guy disappears completely from sight, and then clings silently to the door of the room, slightly clenching his fists, and then smiles. So, let's start their plan. First you need to find a safe, nothing complicated. The guy steps towards the elevator or just huge doors, continuing to think about his new plan. But to deal with the demon, he needs more money, and this is the place. Hao stops by the golden doors, and then puts his hand to it to push and open it, before he goes inside and answers himself that it even fits. And down there, zombies are standing with might and main, who continue to play slot machines with might and main, while the hero rests his palms on the railing and begins to smile and frown madly, shouting loudly that this is best, before he notices that some fist is driven into the wall, from which he instantly looks in the direction of what is happening. He opens his eyes in surprise before realizing that a huge zombie appears behind him, which completely rips out the doors, throwing them aside, and then reaches out to a living person himself, who only turns to him, meeting the gaze with huge red eyes, which appear right in front of him. That's just the fear on Hao's face is not visible at all, since the guy only looks at him admiringly and smiles, shouting wow, and then adds that he is so bold and strong, and fits best. The dead man only opens his mouth wide, showing sharp teeth, and then rushes forward at him before directing a huge fist in his direction, intending to hit him in the face, while Lanren meanwhile uses the Eye of the Fighting Spirit, changing his pupil, continuing to just stand still while a huge fist is also directed in his direction. The hand, intending to kill him completely, but then stops in an instant, as soon as only a few centimeters remain to someone else's face, while the guy continues to smile. And the zombie uncomprehendingly tilts his head sideways, opens his eyes wide, trying to understand what happened to him, and then opens his eyes even wider as his pupil instantly changes to the same blue as the guy's. And soon a huge giant in the form of a chef with blue eyes was standing behind him with might and main, before the hero with a grin orders him to move forward, and then adds that he should become his miner. But he doesn't even have time to finish properly, as the zombie instantly rushes down from his seat, jumping to the rest of the zombies and immediately begins to smash them to smithereens, knocking out 1,000,000 of them with might and main, while the guy's eyes light up with might and main, which instantly turn into $signs, until he almost with drool on his lips. He orders him to earn him more coins while the zombie continues to beat up workers with numbers 1 and 2, and Hao himself leaves his crime scene, allowing him to deal with the rest of the zombies with might and main, thinking to himself with a smile that while he is there he will beat everyone dead. he will look for the safe with the gold himself. And then he smiles even wider. It is worth starting from the basement and gradually will rise higher and higher. And after some time, he was out of breath and sweating, gradually climbing the stairs, while he himself screams to himself that damn. He searched all the buildings. There is nothing. In the casino, from the top view, there is nothing in the main building, nor in the second, nor in the third. Continuing to walk to the side, barely shuffling on the floor, he passes by some door, continuing to complain loudly to himself that he searched the main building, and now the last floor, so why is there nothing here? Is it really postponed now? And then suddenly Lanren raises his gaze, slightly squinting and clicking, looking around the room in front of him and thinking what a luxurious office this is. Probably it was the office of the casino owner. Wait a minute, is the safe with the gold here? Immediately, his eyes open in surprise and admiration when he smiles broadly, and then walks further around the office, examining the picture in the middle, noticing that this couple looks in love. So, using his magic eye, he notices a mechanism under this very picture, from which he opens his eyes in surprise, and then brings his fingers to the very beginning of this mechanism, continuing to think to himself that, they say, I wonder if there is electricity at all. And as soon as he presses the button, the mechanism comes into action and one of the bookcases immediately opens from the side, opening in front of him, while the guy himself victoriously squeezes his hand, smiling broadly. How lucky. It has its own generator. Passing to a bright corridor, the passage to which was opened with the help of a bookcase, and then notices a huge safe door in front of him. The gold should definitely be here, but there is an excellent protective system here. As he gets closer, he finally fully notices those bright red rays that look like lasers, and then frowns, even though a smile continues to play on his lips, while he thinks that do they really think that this will hold him back? He immediately lies down on the floor, starting to crawl towards the safe, trying to protect his body from all the rays. Then shouts rolled, starting to move almost whole somersaults, and after that he screams from the screw, spinning around his axis with might and main, trying to get as far as possible, and soon, all the rays were passed and they are left behind, and Langen himself is shouting joyfully that that's all, landing on his foot and then getting up, coming closer to the golden door, while he hums to himself and informs himself that great, now he can see what's inside before he uses his magic eye again, examining what is behind this huge door. Before his face turns into stone and completely shocked, since inside, damn, is there only this one envelope. He instantly falls to the floor, starting to almost roar, groaning about his gold, because he went around 52 floors to get it. How immediately pulls himself together, even though he roars himself, before he thinks that, well, no, he now simply has to find out what's inside. Such protection should be for something special. And then, in an instant, the hero clenches his palm into a fist before hitting the dial for the safe with all his might, and then finally penetrates inside with a stern face when the door was finally opened, before coming closer to the envelope and lifting it from a special pedestal, looking at it uncomprehendingly and frowning all the time. Stronger, it was written there that it was worth opening when his wife was not around, while the guy himself instantly changed his face, exhaling contentedly through his nose and continuing to hold the envelope with trembling hands, smiling broadly. Is that really it? Damn it, he's already taken off his pants, and they show him this. Frowning even harder, he unfolds the photo with the back side. Why hide such a photo? Just a waste of time. But there are some numbers and symbols visible before the goddess of the system appears next to him with a characteristic sound, which makes a specific sound and informs with a smile that he has a notification. She shows him a small TV in which that huge zombie is visible, and then begins to say that the dead man, whom her master took control of, died, but he earned him a lot of coins. A balance appears in front of him in an instant, which now amounts to 51,010,200 coins. The hero smiles contentedly and strokes his chin, immediately thinking that oh, what a good fellow that zombie is, letting him fail to find gold, but it's worth raising the level with accumulated coins. Therefore, after some time, he finds himself back in the space of the system, where the goddess meets him in full height with a wide smile, greeting her master and waving her hand to him, before Lanren instantly shouts and orders to improve the eye of the fighting spirit to the eye of the scarlet flame, which is worth 20 million coins. And as soon as it begins to act, the guy is gradually wrapped in bright and pink flames that continue to spin around him, gradually dissolving while he smiles broadly. That's the power. He feels stronger several times. The eye of the scarlet flame instantly turns pink or purple, forming a pupil into a hexagonal star. Immediately, the system notifies that the improvement has been completed, and also congratulates its owner on improving the magic eye to the level of the eye of the scarlet flame. Now he can take control of 2 zombies. A new skill has also appeared, the Eye of the Falcon, and the balance is now 31,010,200 coins. 2 zombies at the same time. This is fine, the guy understands, instantly joyfully squeezing his fist. And then he turns his attention to the goddess, calling out to her and asking what the Eye of the Falcon is. Why she looks at him in surprise, and then adds that he should study it himself, and then smiles awkwardly and adds that, by the way, after the improvement, the new ability of the system is available to him 10 revolutions. In 10 turns, the opportunity to win precious artifacts grows before the girl asks if he wants to try. He immediately changes his face, asks if how understood correctly that the opportunity is growing, before immediately answering that, of course, he will try. As a result, 10 million was spent, but only out of nowhere any junk appears, from a broken TV to a dirty t-shirt, before the final object became a cactus, fruit, or balls at all. The goddess, meanwhile, quietly giggles over all this and watches as Lanran just looks at all this garbage in complete shock. The guy sits down right in front of all these objects, examining them and lifting them closer to his face. Pajamas, durian. And then, as soon as the skin turns slightly to the side, the hero notices that this very durian is completely empty. The goddess of the system, meanwhile, continues to giggle and clears her throat to the side, saying to herself that he should look for more, maybe there will be something interesting. Meanwhile, he continues to rummage through all the garbage before arching his eyebrow and calling out to the girl, noticing that it seems he managed to find something. A special erythromycin ointment of 20 grams. Of course, it will not cure Xiaomai completely, but at least it will stop the infection. And then his gaze is attracted by some kind of sliding drawer, which he immediately pays attention to before he opens his mouth wide and reaches forward. Really this. He reappears in the world of the apocalypse, along with a huge and long box and a package, while the goddess thanks him and then asks him to return to their casino again. But then Hao notices some huge man, whose tongue is probably half his height, and even loudly growls something there, to which the guy instantly pays attention, turning his head and squinting. Zombies. When he meets his gaze, he realizes that everything is bad, since he will be able to deal with zombies. But if he touches those red lines of the protective system, that's just there are no signs. Why the guy even lets go of the package in surprise from his hands, while 3 dead men are already standing in the aisle, and one of them is licking his lips at all, looking with his crazy and red eyes at a living person, opening his mouth wide, and then, seeing Langenian in front of him, instantly rushes forward, unwinding his huge tongue, growling loudly and bulging his eyes, completely ignoring the rays of the protective system, which became his fatal mistake, since weapons were hidden in the wall, namely a built-in machine gun. That instantly comes into action, starting to turn the drum and with many bullets just tearing the head of the dead man completely. Why he explodes and falls forward dead, and when the gun did its job, it just stopped shooting and let off steam, while the guy watches the whole picture with complete shock and tension, before accidentally touching the package, which makes a rustle, and Hao throws a glance in his direction. Oh shit. It seems to drive the remaining zombies completely crazy, because their eyes almost fall out of their sockets. And then they both start walking forward, not paying attention at all to the fact that the rays just stuck into their body. Well, damn, the hero thinks, smiling awkwardly and squeezing the package harder as the white corridor instantly turns red, and huge machine guns begin to appear along both walls, which immediately begin to fire, spinning their drums, while he can only stand in surprise and look at all this action. Well, how can he dodge? And then he turns his head slightly to the side until one of the shots bounces right into him, which makes the hero open his eyes in surprise, in which the eye of the Scarlet Spirit immediately appears, while he can just look at the bullet that continues to fly straight at him. As soon as the bullet literally heads towards his eye, which continues to burn purple, before he manages to quickly dodge, pushing off to the side, which is why the bullet just passes over his shoulder, while the guy himself can only stare in surprise and shock after everything that happened, while he continues to move forward, until he tries hard to dodge the bullets, which all bounced off the walls, rattling on the walls, while he stares at the next bullet flying past for a moment, thoughtfully wondering to himself what is going on. Bullets suddenly became slow. Is this the power of the Eye of the Scarlet Flame? the skill of the eye of the falcon. And indeed, after all, his eyes continue to burn with the appropriate light, while Hao finally distracts from everything and looks ahead, sending the objects that he captured from the system back to the same place. So that's it. He can see the direction of various objects and creatures. This explains why he was able to see all these bright bullet bounces and their trajectory. But is all this happening in slow motion, or does he slow down time himself? The hero continues to look forward, and then grins, parting with his objects from his hands, and then begins to say that if so, then. In his palm, in which the blue sparks of the system had been sparkling before, a glass with a red liquid appears, apparently with wine, while Lanren gets into a JoJo pose, most likely dodging bullets that flew in his direction and eventually hit some nearby wall behind his back. Meanwhile, the zombies, who by some miracle have not died yet, rush forward, taking their feet away from all the weapons and bullets that were trying to hit them. Meanwhile, Hao is showing off with might and main, continuing to get into poses with a glass, while not spilling a single drop and completely calmly dodging weapons. The dead are now rushing in the other direction, trying not to get under the sights, while he himself is spinning around his axis with might and main, as if there was nothing complicated about it. But soon, when the zombies are still trying to hide somewhere, a couple dozen bullets still hit them on the 5th point, driving them into the very corner. The hero soon yawns to tears, covering his mouth with his hand and exhaling that this is insane boredom, before giving out that he should take up the job, instantly becoming more serious and opening his eyes, which now burned with the eye of fighting spirit. Instantly, the dead, who had been hiding before, turn to face him and simply fall under such hypnosis and the power of their new master, before they themselves rush forward to the machine guns with might and main, covering themselves with their hands from a huge number of bullets, gradually getting closer and closer, before one of them instantly grabs the iron muzzle of the weapon and squeezes with his palm, while the cannon breaks, and then a huge explosion is heard, which almost spreads like an atomic mushroom along the white corridor, and then a large lump of dust and smoke appears, which gradually dissipates, and the silhouette of the guy appears from there, and soon he comes out from the inside unharmed, and even grins with might and main, saying to himself that the control of 2 zombies at the same time, plus the eye of the falcon, yes, he will instantly destroy the demon. Now, Langen grins wider and furrows his eyebrows when his eyes light up again with the appropriate color, and then he adds to himself that it's time to move on to the next stage of the plan. And the zombies that he controlled come out after the owner, while something continues to smoke behind them with might and main, which makes even the guy notice it, slightly straining. What the hell is that smoke anyway? Already some time later, in the late afternoon, he is in the garden behind the casino, behind the main building, while he continues to walk along the fountain, smiling contentedly and humming something to himself, already walking again with a package in his hand and with some kind of box on his back, before looking slightly aside and notices to himself that today he has earned an unrealistically lot of money. But then some kind of shadow hangs over him, from which Hao looks up in surprise and immediately tenses up. What? Why is it suddenly dark? And the problem is that the same zombie baby demon loomed over him, flashing his bright red eyes, standing right in front of the hero at full height, while the latter only opens his mouth in surprise, continuing to look up. And there still stood this monster, flaring its nostrils and clenching its jaws, while some kind of evil aura was coming out of it with might and main. The kid is still watching him from above, hanging over him like a huge shadow, while the package and the box from him immediately disappear with the sparks of the system. And he himself only asks why he is so early. He was not going to follow him. And then finally looks up, smiling broadly and shouting something. The kid himself came to him, to which the latter only squints his eyes and opens his mouth wider, before abruptly pulling his hand forward, completely tearing out the base of the fountain, next to which the hero was supposed to stand, before completely squeezing the concrete tiers, tearing them out of the ground with might and main, and then pushing his fist harder into the ground, which is why fervor and a whole plume of smoke immediately begin to appear along the nearest radius after such a blow. But there is nothing like that, as if it had not happened before the hero himself shows up because of the smoke and the whole raised plume, who proudly stands on some. He grunts and says that it's his turn now, and then smiles broadly and throws his gaze to the side. He clearly has some kind of plan, because his gaze bumps right into the tires, from which sharp spikes stick out, but the problem is that the car starts moving right at the one who is standing so proudly. What? The guy opens his eyes in surprise, literally jumping up in his place before pressing one palm to his shoulder, and the car meanwhile is flashing its headlights with might and main, still rushing forward, sweeping away everything in its path before entering a wild turn, leaving behind a plume of smoke and dust. but stops sideways right next to nothing incomprehensible How, who continues to stand rooted to the spot. The door opens in front of him and a man with a mustache appears in the car, who holds out his hand to him and calls out to his new friend, telling him to sit down, and then adds that it's not so easy to fight with a demon. But Lanjin frowns, just looking at the stranger, just silently drilling him with his gaze, clearly considering his decision, before literally a minute later he jumps into the car and slams the door, causing the car to start driving again, while the hero thanks the man with a joyful smile, adding that he arrived right on time, to which he only laughs awkwardly and he tells his friend that there is nothing to thank him for, while he himself begins to get noticeably nervous, and then swears and adds that he needs to turn up the gas when he notices the huge and evil face of the baby zombie demon, which opens its mouth wide, and then he just abruptly stomps his foot, which causes the ground to tremble under it in an instant. And the dust and smoke also rises, since literally a little more and he would have got into the car. But the car without any problems leaves right out of this whole big club, jumping on some bump, while in the side the face of the baby, who is yelling loudly and opens his mouth wide, can be seen dissatisfied with the glass, reaching out with his hand to such a small and pretty toy, clearly upset that he did not manage to play with real people, while the guy throws a glance at him through the glass and grins, adding to himself that he has already said that it's not time yet. To which the man looks at him uncomprehendingly and informs him that it's very dangerous. But the hero is not going to listen to him, as he literally grabs a new acquaintance by the scruff of the neck and changes places with him, sitting behind the wheel until the latter, it seems. This only makes him more nervous, hysterically asking if he really knows how to drive, while he just laughs and orders him to sit still, adding that now they will look at what this baby is capable of. The stranger grabs a butterfly and starts shouting, calling out to him and ordering him to look at the road, and then yells even louder as the car rushes forward along the cluttered road, knocking down everything that is possible in its path. And after some time, he finally presses the button on which a musical sign is drawn, which causes something inside the gearbox to beep and report that playback has started, and the speed gradually reaches 142 kilometers per hour, while someone from the speaker begins to apologize with might and main, saying that it is 86I. A86 is climbing uphill. Hal literally sinks into the floor with both feet, while someone continues to shout, ordering to grab her, gradually complimenting everything with loud shouts that 86 is gaining speed, how fast, let him beware of turns. And while the car continues to drive, shining its headlights with might and main, immediately a huge carcass of a demon bursts into the corner building, which they only recently managed to drive through, which literally collides with concrete and completely destroys the one that causes another shudder of the earth, and the same next plume of dust and other things, driving his huge fists into the building itself, while the car with the men enters a hard turn, leaving a trail on the asphalt after its tires, driving away while the baby zombie screams loudly and growls. Meanwhile, Hal leans out of his driver's window and looks back, smiling broadly and calling out to the little demon, shouting and asking if he is having fun, why he is silent, and immediately turns his head at him, slightly pushing off from the wall and flashing his red eyes, before his foot hits the asphalt again, creating huge shaking the ground and destroying the road, showing with all his appearance that he is very serious. And opening his mouth slightly, he rushes forward sharply at all, tearing off from his seat and leaving behind even more destruction than it was before, scattering everything and knocking down cars, even leaving a huge hole in the building. He runs like an athlete behind this very car, shaking his stomach and waving his arms and legs with might and main, while the car is moving forward with might and main, while a bone hand is reaching out behind them, intending to grab and smash that completely. A new acquaintance leans out of his window to look at what is happening before shouting for how to drive faster, since he almost caught them, to which the latter only smiles and advises him to duck, since there is a height restriction ahead, so you should be careful, let him take care of his head. And indeed they drive into the tunnel, and the baby demon, who probably wasn't so smart, rushes after them, sliding on his legs and crashing his face and chest into the concrete, continuing to stretch his arms forward and flaunting his fifth point, it seems, completely stuck for a while. His huge hand breaks inside and hits the asphalt with his fist while the car flies up slightly, but continues to drive forward without any problems, screeching loudly with the engine, while the man exhales softly and even seems to relax slightly, saying that they finally dealt with this demon, and then calls out to the guy, about to say it seems to him that he is either a good fellow or an idiot. But he interrupts him, telling him not to hurry, since that's not all, which makes the stranger tense up only more and looks at him uncomprehendingly before a huge umbilical cord sweeps right next to the car, which almost touches her, but they lean slightly closer to the other side in time. And then Hao himself adjusts the front rearview mirror, and looks there with his new eye with the skills of a falcon, before he begins to loop the car from side to side with might and main, while the infernal navel of the zombie baby continues to swing from side to side, winding the entire tunnel, walking with a car with the living at the same speed, and then it begins to tie into one circle, gradually twisting all the time and destroying all the concrete, gradually climbing up, and then rushing with the sharp end straight into the car engine. But the frowning hero immediately notices this fact and immediately takes appropriate actions to then sharply pull the steering wheel to the side, causing the tires to rattle and jerk sideways in an instant. Yes, it all happened at such a speed that a man with a mustache even presses his face to the glass and is surprised. He opens his eyes when he notices that half of this concrete tunnel just starts to burst, and then rises up at all, causing a huge explosion, while the car still manages to drive forward, leaving a cloud of smoke behind it, while a huge pile of stones is visible behind, and only red eyes blink from some kind of crack before hiding back, as if they had never been there. And then that huge umbilical cord, similar to a hose, bursts out of there in a moment, which soars up, and at its very end there is a whole pack of 3 the eye, until the zombie demon himself finally appears behind, straightening up completely. He frowns his huge eyebrows, lowering his gaze down while he closes his lips, but they still manage to escape from under someone else's gaze. And after some time, the car stops near some abandoned building, on the corner of which a man is leaning, breathing heavily, while Hao broke out of the car and sat on the hood, folding his arms on his chest and asking a stranger how he can even live in such a place, because there is a demon around the earth. He just continues to sweat, pulling out his handkerchief and still breathing heavily, and then adds that in fact, it's even safer with him. Only next to him there are fewer zombies. The main thing is to hide from the demon and that's it. But after a couple of seconds, the mustachioed man finally turns to face him and smiles broadly, adding that his name, by the way, is Guoda, and then asks what his new acquaintance's name is. Lanjin smiles happily and shakes his hand, telling him that his surname is Lai. His name is Gixin, to which the man only smiles wider and shakes his hand in response, telling him that it is very nice to meet him. In general, this is some kind of Chinese humor that is difficult to understand, maybe something with an accent related. Noticing that these are all strange jokes, Guo immediately starts laughing before passing on and reports that this is a very great humor, and then tells him to follow him too, since his house is upstairs, while the silhouette of a lady in a white long dress appears to his side. The man leads him to some corridor with apartments, into which he goes further, before immediately turning his head to the blonde and asking if he has a girlfriend. How old is he, and where does he live at all? To which his interlocutor only rolls his eyes with displeasure and sighs softly, thinking to himself what a babbler he is, while some unknown lady is still approaching them behind them. Finally stopping a little on the spot, to start sweating again, before noticeably nervous, informing and calling out to his friend, informing him that the room in front is his, that's just where the keys are. He immediately starts rummaging in the pockets of his jacket until hands appear behind him, which are very insistently reaching for his head. That's just the hands are getting closer and closer before they are grabbed by the wrists by Hao, who instantly pulls the girl to the ground while she screams loudly, falling down, and then shouting and calling out to the dear one, pityingly looking forward with wide eyes, trying to squeeze out at least something else. And then the guy is surprised himself. He opens his mouth and eyes. Dear, she continues to scream, trying to call out to the man, while he immediately turns his head to the hero, who only awkwardly smiles at him, and then asks to let her go, since this is his wife, to which Lanjin instantly reacts by releasing someone else's female hand, awkwardly scratching himself on the back of the head, while the girl continues to sit on the floor. He shyly asks, they say, so that's what it is, the wife, then, to which the acquaintance turns to him and gently smiles, slightly threatening with his finger, but good-naturedly responding with his consent, adding that they have been together since the apocalypse. She has mental problems began before he finally takes out his key and unlocks the lock, complimenting his answer with the fact that now he and his 3 daughters live here together, and there really are 3 girls inside, who are not clear what they are doing, sitting on the couch. One is a redhead, another is a blonde, and the third is a brunette, but one of them is distracted when she notices that the door has opened and creaked. And when it opens even wider, the hero looks with interest into the slit that has appeared, smiling slightly, before a smiling Huey appears in front of him, who instantly calls out to Dad and asks with interest if he has returned, before paying attention to Hao, asking who he is, while he only continues with a smile silently watching her. But Guo comes closer to her and laughs fervently, patting her on the head and telling her that this is her dad's new friend. And now let him go and pour his brother some water and bring some food. The girl instantly agrees with his request, before he immediately steps aside. And the hero himself watches his barely staggering wife and two other girls with a slight misunderstanding and in silence, before after some time he sits on the couch opposite, who is sitting in an armchair next to his wife, clearing his throat and starting to talk about what he wandered on the street in search of food and stumbled upon this Lai Gaoxing. A demon was chasing him, and he originally planned to save him at all, but in the end he saved him himself. The blonde immediately calls out to him, like Brother Lai, and then asks if it turns out that he is the savior of their dad, and after a second he instantly sits down on the couch, which makes him creak, and hugs the guy by the hand, while Zukin gently informs him that he is very strong, while he sits down and the other immediately assenting. It was Yu Fan, only the hero himself doesn't seem to like it at all, because he frowns and makes a disgruntled face, instantly straining while the man opposite him leans back slightly and looks out the window, noticing that it's already getting dark, and it's dangerous outside at night. The smiles harder and calls out to his friend, inviting him to stay with them good-naturedly today, to which the latter only points a finger at himself and smiles broadly, thanking him for dinner, and then begins to refuse, telling him that he should come back, since he does not want to bother them at all. And then Mei appears in front of him, who squeezes her legs and hovers around him, holding her tray of food, naturally thrusting her chest forward and immediately exclaiming that, as it is, he is their savior, let him eat more, there is enough food. The guy's face, of course, instantly transforms while he smiles broadly, and then importantly raises his finger up, saying that for sure, he hasn't eaten for a couple of days, so it's worth eating more. Hao smiles broadly and thanks her loudly, naturally resting his gaze on someone else's chest, which is showing off under a short t-shirt. She turns to her dad and mom, who continue to look at them in silence, saying nothing, before after a while the hero is already sprawled out on the sofa, sticking out his huge belly, burping loudly, while behind him there are already several mountains of cans, and he himself exhales heavily and reports that he ate too much, while Guo and his daughters only open their eyes in surprise. And then he opens his mouth wide, clearly shocked by such an appetite, before he laughs softly and starts sweating again, asking if he is satisfied now, and then begins to say that as he knows, there are very few men in their world, and his girls are no longer small, so if he stays, then in addition to food, they will also be his. The guy only thinks deeply, chewing a toothpick in his mouth, simultaneously examining them from top to bottom, slightly squinting his eyes, before Hua smiles at him with satisfaction and loudly suggests that his brother still stay, and then raises his finger to his slightly open mouth, adding that she does a great massage. He will obviously be pleased. And in an instant, all three girls run up to him, sit down next to him, and begin to snuggle in every possible way, while the blonde agrees with her and informs her that for sure, their dad doesn't even eat food himself, but apparently he really liked him. The other sister agrees with her, touching his chest. The guy smiles contentedly and immediately laughs, saying that there is a lot of food and beauty in addition. What kind of treatment? Before the man with the mustache smiles broadly again and agrees with him quite calmly. But for some reason the guy looks not so happy at all, pitifully shifting his eyebrows, and for no reason with this, he only thanks him, and then involuntarily adds that this food of their world is absolutely tasteless in general, and 3 wives in addition. He will not pull out of all of them, and then he asks if the fat man understands him, to which the latter only grins and asks, they say, the little friend is joking. It is visible, since no man will refuse this, and then continues his little interrogation, wondering if he really suspects her of us. Didn't he want to be their family? If he wants, he can take the 3 of them with him to the bedroom, since now they are still a family. And honestly, no one looks kind at this moment, and even stretches out his hand like some kind of mafia boss. Hao just keeps smiling, although he's still frowning and thinking about the fact that this damn fatty chose him as his target. He decided to save a stranger from a demon. This is already amazing. He is also hiding in the shadow of this monster. Such a creature would not allow anyone to live in safety next to him. As soon as he entered, he saw the bruises on that girl. It seems that this family is not so harmonious. It's worth seeing what happens next in their scenario. Lanren uses his magic eye and X-ray, which makes his pupil immediately begin to turn into the appropriate yellow color, while he begins to look around, which makes many objects now turn blue and slightly transparent, and then he sees all sorts of indecent toys on the table that were diligently hidden on the table. What a pervert. It seems his daughters and his wife are all lies, and there are all sorts of strays hanging everywhere, like knives and other things that were usually used during torture, which is why Hao even thinks about it all, rubbing his chin, and then continuing to think that maybe he keeps them in fear and under his control. But then he notices a completely huge shadow that covers it all from above and looks insanely familiar. Wait a minute, it's the same. His face immediately opens in surprise when he looks at it all in surprise. A demon. He literally hangs over this apartment building on the street, it seems, not even intending to leave or break the building completely, probably waiting for the exit of his living person, whom he stared at from the very beginning, flashing his bright red eyes in the dark. The only smiles broadly and slightly madly, folding his hands into a lock under his chin, and then with interest asks his new acquaintance what happened and where he's looking at all, before adding even more questions, saying how he is in general, and what he's up to, while the hero silently looks at his with the same yellow eyes, not being at first what to even answer, and then rises from his seat on the sofa, adjusts the red collar of his jacket and without any emotion saying that he has very excellent conditions, and then abruptly brings his other hand closer to his face, smiling contentedly and informing him that, in fact, he would like to continue living alone, which makes Guo instantly change his face, bowing his head and clenching his teeth, while a new acquaintance continues to tell him that he is actually grateful to them. But now, of course, it's time for him to go, and the door soon slams shut, leaving complete silence in the apartment, as well as on the balcony without light, on which a man and his girls go out there, silently watching everything from above. Him. Yufan just looks at her dad and starts to tremble and worry insanely, noticing that he is grinding his teeth and frowning with might and main, before he begins to mumble and ask that their new friend did not understand anything, to which the man immediately hits her on the cheek, and with such force she gets this slap in the face that the girl literally slips on her own shoes and turns her head away, and then completely falls to the 5th point on the floor, barely holding on to her trembling hands, while various wounds and bruises are visible on her back, while the mustachioed man shouts at her and calls her a useless creature, before he continues to complain that they can't keep the guy, they're just a complete disappointment. The girls fall silent from this and almost all shrink together, while he himself only clicks and presses the edge of his red butterfly, throwing a glance in their direction, which makes the girl's eye open in surprise, almost shocked and frightened, because of which she instantly rushes to his hand and grabs it, begging him about him giving her another chance. She clutches him so desperately, almost with tears in her eyes, begging him to strangle her, deliberately pulling off her sweater, and then smiling awkwardly, trying to create the appearance that everything is absolutely fine, until literally a second later she looks at him more desperately and pathetically, telling him to do everything, anything, while a whole bruise is already beginning to form on Yu's cheek, and then she almost cries at all, continuing to shout that she is still begging him. But the man is adamant. He calmly orders the demon to eat her, while the girl continues to cry, stretching out her hand to him, and then a huge hand instantly lifts her by the scruff of her neck, while her slippers are falling from under her feet, which makes a loud and almost suffocating sound. And in an instant, the huge mouth opens, while Fan falls back into the wide mouth, as if into a huge hole, stretching his palm forward, before the jaws abruptly slam shut and loud slurping sounds, crunching bones and other things are heard. All the girls immediately cover their mouths with their hands, looking at the whole spectacle in surprise and fright in complete fear, while Dick continues to complain that he lost so much food because of this damn freak. And then he orders them to bring the girls who were with him, with a huge smile, while one of his daughters turns away, feeling disgusted, and the mustachioed man himself rises on the shoulder of the zombie demon, continuing to say that he did not expect such behavior from this freak at all. But when he completely stands on this monster, immediately claps his shoes, and then smiles carelessly, adding, they say, well, if he doesn't want it in a good way, then it will be completely bad. Standing up to his full height, Guo is grinning insanely with all his teeth, folding his hands behind his back and shouting that it's not so easy for this guy to escape, he's too naive, and those two girls will clearly be his own. At least, that's how he's very sure of it, standing on the shoulder of a baby demon, as if he's some kind of Frankenstein for him. Meanwhile, the guy calmly walks along a dark alley, continuing to walk exclusively forward with an unreadable expression on his face, while a huge eye follows him, sticking out from around the corner with a garbage can, and then stretches even further, still looking forward, before somehow disappearing from sight, hanging over the hero, it seems, from above, why after a rustle is heard from somewhere from the side, to which the hero instantly turns his attention, casting a glance in the same direction, smiling broadly, and silently drilling a side glance at what is chasing him, before he quickly turns around and begins to step further to the side, while the same red eye stretches behind him again, crawling along the asphalt like a real snake, which, in fact, is both a spyglass and the umbilical cord of a baby demon, all continuing to move after Hao. And when he catches up with the right turn, he notices that in the place where the guy initially went, there is just a metal fence with huge spears, which makes the eye immediately rush, not understanding where he could hide, before he notices some movement in one of the rooms of the nearest building, which is why he immediately goes there, standing up to the window and carefully looking at what is happening inside, while someone is still moving there. And as it soon turns out, those two zombies were dancing with might and main, winking at each other and bumping their hips, being only in their underpants and pants. Sounds and mats are heard from the pipe in an instant, dissatisfied, when she collides with this terrible sight with a huge lens, before immediately making a sharp movement and with her main part, as if with the sharpest blade, she simply cuts off both their heads, killing them completely, while Da starts yelling at the demon that he is a complete idiot, at the same time knocking he is hit on the head while the latter continues to fumble with his umbilical cord inside the building and the room, completely ignoring his master, and he keeps hitting him with his foot, shouting loudly that it's impossible to do everything humanly. What a fucking disgrace. But having finally had enough, he finally stops, panting and out of breath, telling himself that he will have to resort to that technique, and then clenches his teeth and grabs the other side of his butterfly, squeezing hard and ordering him to go, to which the baby instantly obeys, getting up from his seat and walking forward, striding loudly down the street, while a man still continues to stand on his shoulder. And behind him, the blonde man looks at all this in silence, smiling slightly, and not even knowing what to answer, before some photo finally gets into his hand. What's it? As it turns out, this is quite a familiar photo. Lanran ponders, scratching his chin. Isn't this the same photo he found in the safe? And then his face instantly transforms, becoming much more serious and expressing complete misunderstanding. Wait, that's the one. Mother, really? Damn, then it turns out that. Hao grins and hides the photo under his bosom, thinking to himself that, well, if so, then he needs. And after a certain amount of time, the moon is already completely hanging over the casino, and after that the guy is already in someone else's room, where two blonde sisters are waiting for him. Xiaoli immediately opens her eyes in surprise and looks at him uncomprehendingly. What? A demon controlled by some old man? The three of them are sitting on the bed while the girl continues to yell and ask if this madman is following them now. But Xiaomai instantly hisses at her and covers her mouth with his hand, ordering her to be quiet, putting a finger to her lips, which makes her stop for a while. And then she moves closer to her, allowing her to take her hand, before turning back to the hero, calling out to him and asking if she is watching someone, and then adds that it seems to her that he will not let them go completely. But the guy just grins and slightly shakes his bag in one hand before exclaiming, which is natural, that's just why he found the drugs and soon they will leave here. Erythromycin, hydrogen peroxide and alcohol fall out of the package. Also anti-infectious drugs. Hao continues to grin contentedly, saying that he actually has not only medicine here, there is also such a baby, and then pulls out a box from his bosom, which he immediately opens and puts it on the bed in front of them, which makes the sisters instantly look at what is inside there. Yes, they also glow, which makes Xiaoli cheerfully shout wow, because there is a whole sniper rifle lying there. The sixth sister takes the weapon in her hands and finally folds it completely, then to call out to brother Lenjenya and ask where he got it all from, to which he opens his eyes and calls them to him with his palm, saying that they should now come closer to him, because of which they open their mouths in surprise and the eyes, but obey him, forcing themselves to sit closer when the guy clicks and opens the lighter, which makes the room instantly light up with the light of a small flame, and he mysteriously begins to say that this is his secret, so let them not dare to tell anyone. The hero shifts his gaze from one blonde to another and visibly frowns, becoming serious and saying that he will say only once, and then points to the box, while his allies only look at him with wide eyes, clearly still in complete shock, while he continues to say that he got it all. That's just how it turns out later. Hao pointed not at the rifle and the box from under it, but at his groin, fervently saying that he took it all out of his pants, and if they don't believe it, then let them check for themselves. The sisters can only stare at his groin in surprise, clearly not expecting such an answer. And soon they loom over him with very dangerous looks, while the guy with a perky smile only answers. He has not only artifacts and equipment there, but also a jet rotating dildo. But they don't let him finish, because Xiaoli immediately grabs his leg, which, along with the bat, drags him back, far away, while he desperately stretches his hand forward, pouring tears and snot, trying to somehow grab the nearest floor, grabbing it with his nails before he breaks out of it a loud scream, and you can see the commotion and so on, while Xiaomai lifts up the table, where it is written that his sister beat him with all her might. And after some time, completely beaten, the guy barely squints and calls out to the very girl who beat him, before asking, "Well, how is everything going?" while she shouts that everything will be soon, and then squints at him and calls out, shouting, "Is he peeping again?" To which he immediately jumps up and starts sweating insanely, shouting and saying that no, not at all, until the girl finally gets distracted from him and asks another blonde to be patient, pulling off her bandages and going to put on new ones, while he under her only blushes and groans more, agreeing with his sister, sweating noticeably before he starts whimpering and screaming softly, while bloody bandages and all those medicines that Hao managed to get are lying on the bedside table with might and main. That's just the hydrogen peroxide in the bottle starts to sway, which the girls immediately pay attention to, while one is wondering if it's an earthquake, which Lanren only frowns at and feels all this shuddering himself before using his magic eye. What's going on? And somewhere a little in the distance, loud footsteps begin to be heard with might and main, from which dust and huge clouds of smoke disperse with might and main, before the big head of the same zombie demon appears from behind the roof of one of the buildings, who drills everything with his red gaze while he continues to walk forward, holding his little master in his hand, moving his feet on the ground, and then after he covered it with another palm on top, as if covering him from the moon rays, while a huge and crazy smile flaunts on the lips of a mustachioed man. And then the dead baby opens its huge mouth and starts screaming loudly, showing its teeth and drool. And he shouts with such force upwards that the radius of this attack, or whatever it is actually quite large. What is he trying to do? At least, the hero thinks about it very hard, frowning his eyebrows and continuing to use his magic eye. And sharp stones and huge pieces of rock and asphalt jump up in an instant. And all this happens only because of one sharp blow of that baby's feet. And as soon as everything is in the air, he covers the owner with his hands more tightly and opens his mouth even wider, sucking those very stones and other things, before it also begins to spin the same umbilical cord and telescope around itself, until gradually something begins to accumulate and grow in it, forming almost a big bump. And when everything was in his mouth, he finally slams his jaws shut, puffing out his cheeks, before he completely flops back on his fifth point, while the umbilical cord continues to spin around him with might and main, getting bigger in some places, soaring higher, before he abruptly opens his wide mouth, from where there is a bright flash and starting to scream again, which immediately causes some cars to collide with each other, windows crack and burst, trees are completely torn off by the roots, while this huge thing continues to spin around him, gradually forming a kind of plume or even a hurricane, while all this turns into a gradually growing huge yellow sphere, not going to stop at all. Langenia's eye opens wide when shards of glass fly straight into his face. Fortunately, he manages to step aside slightly, letting the glass pass by him, while surprised girls stand behind him, who squint and cover themselves. What is a demon doing? Really, his pupils return to normal when he continues to cover himself with his hand and frown, and then completely stretches out his hand, noticing how whole lines and plumes of some bright color stretch to them. The smell, no, sound waves. The hero understands when there are more and more of them every second, and gradually they penetrate back into his ear, which makes the demon himself quite smirking, drilling that direction with his gaze, and Hao himself frowns only more, realizing that all this is very bad, since now their location has been revealed. And in an instant, the zombie baby points to the right place, revealing its owner and showing him where to go. Guo immediately starts sticking to his head, shouting. They say, damn, his head hurt from his loud scream at all. How he hates this reception, so that's where they are hiding. Continuing to stick to his head, he snorts discontentedly and wrinkles his face, again clacking on the other side of the butterfly, shouting insults like your grandma, and then ordering the giant to catch. And the zombie demon instantly comes into action, starting to walk again and rising up, again stepping with his feet directly on the asphalt, causing it to disperse in chunks and huge cracks, while the baby himself again gets into a pose, as if he is going to run a whole relay race, preparing to rush forward at any moment, continuing to hold his master on his palm, and then he really rushes forward, pushing off with his foot from the ground and instantly breaking off, which only made his heels sparkle, and a whole plume of dust and smoke rises from the ground. The girl orders them all to run in a loud voice before she steps on the windowsill and pushes off from her seat, jumping forward in the light of the moon, instantly holding her blade, while she sees only collapsing buildings and huge clouds of smoke ahead of her, while Xiaoli opens her eyes in surprise, looking at the whole picture and still holding the hilt of his blade, while noticing that the baby demon is not that he ran from his place, no. He literally jumped up and rushed forward a few meters forward, literally landing right in front of the blonde, who continues to fall down, noticing in front of him how the asphalt is being destroyed and a huge and furious explosion appears in front of her in an instant, after which only large clouds of smoke and almost a whole mushroom atomic explosion remain. And soon she manages to land on the ground also in front of the baby, who soon appears from his small shelter in the form of steam and smoke, while a man also continues to stand on his arm, who looks down at the blonde who has already managed to pull out her blade, standing in a characteristic pose. She rubs her cheek while Da starts laughing loudly and calls out to the beauty, informing her that he sees her, to which she immediately turns around and starts running in the opposite direction to him, to which the owner of this huge monster simply warns the girl that she should not run anywhere. He starts laughing loudly and literally laughing, straightening his mustache and telling her that she is the first, and if he catches her, he will do something to her. And then he calls out to the demon and orders him to move after her, while Xiaoli herself continues to run forward, and after that a huge bone palm immediately reaches out to her, which is going to grab her with might and main, which makes the blonde start screaming loudly, looking back, and runs, trying to somehow dodge this monster. And then he begs her to save her at all when there is a sharp clap of his palm, and Guo himself still won't stop smiling, saying that there is absolutely no need to twitch, let her run as much as she wants, she can't hide from them. That's only when the zombie baby raises his palm up. But there is only emptiness, from which he is instantly surprised, and then almost hysterically he shouts out where she is, while the demon irritably begins to look around, trying to somehow get out from behind tall buildings, while he continues to call the blonde as my beauty, and then so playfully asks where she hid, before he sees her right next to the ruined casino garden, along which Xiaoli continued to run, instantly intending to hide in the building, while he allowed reports that he sees her, and then even contemptuously and viciously licks his lips, telling the girl that he is following her. And then the giant again makes a huge push, because of which even bright streaks in the air and puffs of smoke are visible, before soon he lands right into the same building again, breaking through the walls inside, not paying attention at all no matter what obstacles, as long as he continues to hold his master and step forward, soon lowering both palms to the ground. The busily goes downstairs, pathetically asking why she ran straight to the casino, because she has absolutely nowhere else to run from here. Finally, he manages to step onto the ground from the demon's palms before he adjusts his jacket again, pathetically informing that so be it, he will see what she can do. And then the man lowers his palm to his strap, pressing his fingers on his plaque, which instantly lit up with a bright and yellow light, like a flashlight, before he starts giggling at all, while a bright ray of light shines in front of him, and he himself moves on, passing along the corridor, and then going inside some door, and soon he calls out to the child at all, asking where she is. But only the further he goes, the more one sees someone's silhouette in a hood, who grins, watching as the mustachioed man continues to step forward and giggle with might and main, before he notices how a chair or some other incomprehensible thing falls in front of him, which makes him laugh and call out to the baby again, informing that he is going to her, simultaneously grabbing someone's shoulder or some fabric, which is not very clear, and then some kind of rag flies into his face, from which Guo opens his mouth in surprise and does not even have time to react properly. But no one even attacks him, which gives him the opportunity to remove a piece of cloth from his face, which he immediately begins to examine right in front of him with a wide grin. A handkerchief? Did she really decide to agree? Well, that's right. That's only then the man begins to notice that the smell is very strange, still looking at that handkerchief, while someone's hand reaches out to him, and then gives a powerful and hard slap in the face. Moreover, with all the dope, why he gets lost and literally all his skin shrinks there, and then we have to fly back a few meters from such a force of impact, while Hao loudly shouts that he is nasty, while the man himself is hammered at such speed into the nearest chest of drawers, which he hits his head on, and then begins to rub his crown, smiling awkwardly and asking, where did she get such great strength from? And then looks up at the girl when she comes closer, continuing to ask why she has such a low voice, what is going on at all. And then Lanjin himself appears in front of him, who opens his hood and grins while the mustachioed man opens his eyes in surprise. A man? What? Hao grins even wider and starts laughing, calling out to the fat man and asking, they say, does he really not recognize him? Why Guo only does mild mental machinations before asking him if he really managed to swap with her under the demon's palm when he wanted to grab her for the first time. To which the guy is quite grinning and she begins to show off in front of him in her wonderful outfit with a skirt and other things, exclaiming that he is not so stupid, while the latter is only silent and stares intently at him, and then frowns and instantly grabs her butterfly, immediately shouting and ordering to kill him, which is why a demon falls inside almost immediately, appears literally behind the hero and causing another pogrom, which does not bode well. He turns his head to the side and squints there sideways, and then raises his head up at all when he notices that the baby zombie literally bursts into a small room and squeezes his palm into a fist before directing it directly towards a living person. Compared to him, he seems just huge, and even moves with such confidence that he will not only demolish in one moment, but will simply kill with one blow. The mustachioed man immediately begins to cackle loudly, shouting wishes for his death and clenching his fist, but squints while Hao only coughs, pulling off his clothes, which is instantly struck by the very demon, who only puffs harder and frowns, looking down at all those remaining clothes after the guy, while Hao nothing happened, just puffing and slightly grinning, being only in some pink shirt, before the zombie baby opens his eyes in surprise and looks up when he notices a guy in a long shirt and some dark socks in front of him, lining up in a variety of poses with might and main, which makes his mustache twitch and he opens his eyes in surprise. What is it? Is he one of those? But the baby, it seems, is even happy with such an outfit, grabbing his face with might and main, and starting to smile, while the man turns to him and shouts another obscene word before calling out to him and asking what kind of reaction this is in general. And in an instant, the guy stretches out his hand, in which the durian skin, which he got from the Wheel of Fortune, instantly materializes. He instantly throws it in the direction of the man and the zombie, which makes him immediately lower his gaze down, opening his eyes in surprise, while the hero himself pulls out his lips with a duck, and then also moves his fingers around his eyes, calling out to the baby demon, to which he stretches forward and instantly sends the baby an air kiss, causing him to freeze, and he is completely shocked, and his master only covers himself with his hands and exclaims that he is doing this at all, while he calmly replies that he wants him to put him on his knees, while the demon himself only trembles slightly when a huge pink heart reaches him, and Guo just watches all this in silence, but squints his eyes, rubbing his face before he completely covers his face, and then begins to laugh loudly, but tremble with laughter, not understanding at all what he wants to say, before finally withdrawing his hand and shouting, wondering if does he really think anyone can control a demon. And then he starts laughing loudly again, opening his mouth wide and continuing to point at him with his finger, calling him an idiot with might and main, and even dreaming how, until the same kid grabs him by the scruff of the neck, lifting him from above, and then abruptly lowers the mustachioed knees right on the sharp spikes of durian, causing them to bleed instantly, and his laughter begins to gradually subside, soon disappearing altogether, as it is instantly replaced by a hellish and terrible scream, when De still can't stop yelling that it's very painful, while his blood begins to frame his snow-white shirt with might and main, and his face turned completely red. But the gloomy and cheerful face of the hero does not bode well. He laughs and informs them that they haven't finished yet, and then shouts out for him to try it again, before showing his heart with his fingers, appealing to the power of love, which the demon immediately accepts with joy, smiling contentedly and showing that everything is fine and he is completely ready to carry out all his orders until meanwhile, the man is still shaking and swallowing his snot before the hero appears behind him, grinning and giggling maliciously, which makes the latter only tense up more and open his eyes wide, not even knowing what and how to do to make it all stop. But in an instant, Lanjin simply overturns him forward, resting his foot on his back, deliberately pressing and holding a hard leather whip with his own hands, deliberately slapping his hands while his victim just continues to scream. He immediately turns his head to him and begins to smile awkwardly, drenched in tears and snot, before shouting out that he should wait. before exclaiming that he is doing this. And then there are whole wonderful pictures of how the red tomato, that is, the fifth point of this fat man, is beginning with might and main. The most powerful blows of the same leather whip arrive, beating him with might and main and not feeling sorry at all, while he continues to scream, and then, completely with a crippled ass, the only ache, and continues to talk about how it all hurts like hell. And then he asks him to stop after all, to which the hero just grins and runs his fingers over the same whip, asking, they say, what does he not like? And he thought it was his favorite activity. The mustachioed man only whimpers and continues to tremble on the floor, drenched in saliva and tears, while the guy reports that he has seen a lot of such things in his house, to which the latter only mumbles about how he knows it all, and then immediately grins, adding that if he wants to have fun, then he'd rather give him his wife and daughters. How only frowns contemptuously from this and squints his eyes before asking again if he is really talking about his wife and daughters, and then begins to throw facts. They're just survivors, right? He used a demon to kill men and intimidate women. The same to himself, fancied himself a king. From this, the mustachioed man visibly strains, looking ahead with frightened eyes, while the hero adds that he is still interested in something else, but how exactly does he control the demon? And a guy with a very serious face asks this, still frowning his eyebrows and contemptuously staring at a man who is just starting to talk, continuing to sweat, and then, feeling that his tomato is already crippled with might and main, and maybe even worse, he looks away and sighs before he begins to say that he was lucky. When the epidemic began, he was just an ordinary security guard in the nearest neighborhood. Last winter, he and Lao Jin were looking for food at the casino. The man near the window continues to rummage openly, before he calls out today and shouts that he should be more restful. Otherwise he sat down there and does nothing. Lao lights a cigarette and says that if the dead come, the fat man will die first. And the latter only also rummages everywhere, looking at the phone or at the flask, and then shouts that damn, it's absolutely empty here. And then turns his head and opens his eyes in surprise, noticing something. What's it? And there was a skeleton in the legendary Gucci costume, which made his eyes open even more. He doesn't know why, but when he put on this suit, he immediately felt incredibly rich. Jin continues to smoke a cigarette and looks out the window before he tisk and complains that, well, the weather is outside the window, while Guo is giggling there from behind, putting on that very suit with might and main, before he dressed up completely soon, and his friend turns his head to him and shouts Mats, asking, what is this fatty doing there? To which the latter only strokes his mustache and exclaims, saying that he should just look at how he sits on it wonderfully, and then accidentally touches his butterfly, which causes all the nearby objects to wobble, to which the smoker immediately turns his attention, arching his eyebrow uncomprehendingly. What, an earthquake? In the end, something happened that no one expected. Lao turns his head towards the huge shadow that looms over him, and then thoughtfully adds that this time something is shaking very much, before his eyes open even more when a huge hand is reflected in his pupil, which is heading in his direction. They met a legendary demon. The zombie kid instantly bursts forward and snaps his teeth right like that, opening half of the building and seemingly swallowing Jin completely, while the last remaining man thumps on his fifth point and stares forward in surprise, muttering the name of his friend, clearly not believing what just happened. When a huge hand also reaches out to him, sticking out my fingers and spreading them wide, until the last man just starts to tremble and screams loudly, trying to crawl as far away from his death as possible. He inadvertently squeezes a part of the butterfly, drenched in a tense sweat, while awkwardly smiling, continuing to scream and beg him not to touch it. He generally thought he was going to die, but a demon, in general, was insanely scared, opening his mouth wide and looking at the shadow hanging over him with the same wide eyes, continuing to hold the edge of his butterfly before noticing that a huge finger only rests on his head, lightly stroking his cap. The demon didn't touch him, and later he realized that while he was in this costume, the baby zombie would not touch him. Even more, if a man orders him, he will follow his orders. The hero leans towards him and frowns, asking if he knows why, to which the latter only looks up at him and asks again, not understanding what exactly his interlocutor means. And then a photo already glued together appears in front of his face, to which the mustachioed man immediately turns his attention, slightly squinting, and then mutters that this baby, and indeed, the part that was torn was hiding a little boy and a girl, before finally Guo is struck by the realization. Did this kid turn into a demon? And the guy frowns, continuing to hold the photo in his hand and saying that yes, that's right, the father's costume and movement are similar. So the zombie demon decided that this fat bastard was his father. and the latter only desperately opens his eyes, recalling Hao's outfit, exclaiming, "So that's why when he ordered him, he moved like a woman, reminding his mother." And the interlocutor instantly smiles, saying that, as he thought, to which the mustachioed man only opens his mouth wide and completely loses the gift of emotions for a while, before instantly rushing forward on his knees, kneeling right in front of him and shouting loudly, apologizing to his brother and informing him that he will improve, while he gradually begins to move away shouting for him to let him go. And Lanren himself just stands silently and watches while the man continues to increase the distance between them, turning out to be even further away and still bowing, swearing that he will return and release those girls. And the hero, watching all this, before finally begins to say that it does not matter to him at all whether he is good or bad. And then he himself begins to shorten the distance between them, approaching closer and closer to this fat freak with every step, adding that he should not have chosen his women as a target, and that is why he threatens Tom with his fist. While the man only sweats harder, watching how the guy's eyes instantly lit up even brighter and angrier, and he himself clenches his teeth and reports that they will meet in the next life. Before the mustachioed man takes out a small bulb with turquoise liquid from somewhere, which he immediately begins to swallow loudly, throwing his head back, while Hao clenches his fist and shouts that this freak will remember him, before throwing his palm up with all the dope and then hitting with all the dope right in the shoulder, or maybe even in the chest, but with such force that bright highlights are already visible, while the hero only continues to increase the pressure, still aggressively looking with his bright eyes with furrowed eyebrows, while his eyes are already rolling in pain, and his mouth is wide open, when almost bloody vomit bursts out of him. Hao jerks sharply and pushes off with his foot from the ground, pushing the man back, causing him to fly a few meters back, flaunting a huge hole on his chest in the place where the heart should have been originally. And when it hits the next nearest garbage with a bang, the guy finally turns around, completely ignoring this freak, before starting to stride back to the huge zombie demon while the mustachioed one waddled behind. That's just do not forget about that cone with a mysterious liquid that he recently drank, and completely. And so, when a deafening cough begins to resound around the room, the guy finally allows himself to stop, looking forward and slightly opening his lips, before finally turning back towards the opponent, while the same flask jumps to his leg, but with the contents completely drunk. He keeps coughing, while Hao silently stares into a huge hole on someone else's body, the insides of which begin to burn with almost a pink flame, gradually clung to everything around and even began to pull together little by little tissues and vessels. Duo's face stopped looking like a human at all. One cheek was swollen so that it felt like it was just a huge swelling, and the veins through the skin were completely swollen, bulging out and also slightly sparkling with small pink sparks or flames. The hero frowns and wrinkles his lips, continuing to look at the enemy, who coughs again and then hoarsely says that it wasn't worth it, and in general, why is he rejoicing so early? Because the white of the mustachioed man's eye turned dark, while an unknown liquid continued to drip from the lower eyelid, and the pupil turned completely red, and even sparkled. And finally, De gets up from his seat, making all sorts of mechanical sounds, completely not worrying about the fact that the hole on his back has not healed, and the whole suit was already stained with blood. He falls harder to the floor while some completely strange things happen to his hand, which the blonde is watching in front of him, still holding her weapon and wondering at the changes taking place, frowning harder while all sorts of small stones from the earthquake begin to fall in front of her from the ceiling. What's going on? Meanwhile, the hero continues to deal with the zombie demon, still hitting him in different places, which is why bright and pink lightning flashes spread through his body, which diverge around the perimeter. And for the umpteenth time, he delivers a brutal blow to the monster almost in the very lower jaw or neck, but with such force that a huge pink ball is already spreading from him, while the lightning is only getting bigger around. Hao frowns harder and realizes that the baby is a demon and knows how to protect his head before he raises his fist for another blow, staring at the lightning and sparks that all strive to hit him in the face before he jumps back when the baby puts his hands in order to protect his head and face, while the guy grins and thinks to himself that he has become much smarter, especially after he got right on the head. Bracing his feet against a dilapidated column, he shouts out that he should try to protect himself from this while he looks at him with both eyes of different colors. One is purple, with an eye of scarlet flame, and the second with an eye of fighting spirit, which makes some two zombies instantly obey the order and take control of it. One of them immediately rushes towards the legs of the baby zombie, as well as the second, and as soon as they run closer, they suddenly begin to circle around him, as if twisting into a whirlpool, while he fell on his feet, intending to crawl, and then opens his mouth wide, trying to keep track of what is happening, sparkling with his bright eyes before he begins to act himself, hitting his foot right in the place where Lenjenya's subordinate should have been. But he makes a dash forward without any rushing on, while even the dead man himself is surprised by such an action. But everything becomes clear in an instant. His eyes are burning just like a real guy's, with different eye techniques. But then the hand falls sharply to the ground with a huge bang and a pop, carrying the earth and huge stones under it, which immediately causes huge clouds of smoke and rising dust to appear in front of his fingers. And when they begin to dissipate a little, there is still a zombie right in front of his phalanges, lining up in a characteristic athletic pose, showing off his muscles and similar dexterity, before the baby demon begins to move his leg, resting his toes on the ground, and then pressing them down and digging into the ground harder, which caused it to diverge under huge fingers, and soon the foot stopped. The baby just stared at the zombie in front of him, was silent, and was already trying to get on his feet a little, while the latter also continued to stand in a pose right in front of his leg, smiling contentedly. And this, apparently, puts the opponent in a stupor, since he just keeps looking at what the zombie next to him, who was under the influence of Hao, is doing. And he showed all sorts of different gestures, shrugged his shoulders, clapped his palm and made a dog out of it, and then also showed both facas. And apparently, this infuriates the demon even more, as a ringing blow is immediately heard, from which smoke and dust subsequently disperse everywhere and huge pieces of floor and stones fly up with might and main, while the guy continues to stand on some column. As he thought, the eye of the scarlet flame can be used on zombies that are under his control. But then the hero grins, continuing to sparkle with his different eyes, calling out to the baby demon and telling him that if he looks only forward, he will not succeed, because another dead man is already appearing on the shoulders of the baby behind him, who climbs on his back and rises higher and higher, while the monster itself is distracted by the one who was right in front of him. That's just at the same second, he turns his pupil and finally notices a little crook on his shoulder, before abruptly slaps himself hard with his palm on the ear, right in the head, wanting to crush a small cockroach completely. But apparently he does it with such force that not only is there a loud and strong clap, so he also slips on his foot, starting to fall sideways somewhere, until Hao realizes that this is his chance. He is sure that the demon broke a couple of his bones from such a blow, which means it's time to start now. Langen pushes off with his feet from his step, immediately starting to fly forward directly towards the zombie baby, before landing on his shoulder, causing the enemy to turn his head right at him, immediately firing several lightning bolts while baring his teeth and clenching his jaws, clearly not very happy about such a visit. The guy just clenches his fist, which causes it to begin to wrap around a bright blue glow and aura. He uses one of the 18 heaven-scaring punches before he pulls his arm slightly back and stands in a characteristic stance, about to deliver this very blow, while the demon opens his eyes in surprise and looks shocked at the large blue spheres that are clearly trying to get right into him. And after all, Hao really uses them, but with such speed and force that not only these huge spheres appear behind him, which fly into him, but also some kind of silhouette of a bird or something similar. But no, it turns out he's just using the Pegasus Starfall. The spheres are instantly heading in his direction, straight to his head or somewhere else, while the guy continues to make all sorts of sounds, then viciously giggling, then just screaming and continuing to strike blows that were reflected by blue glow, and so on. All well, stumbling, hitting the demon on the cheek, temple and right in the ear. He strikes himself, while the demon's skin begins to swell and transform into some huge bags or even swellings, similar to tumors, while all also continue to make dull and at the same time loud sounds of blows, which all without ceasing, were inflicted on the zombie baby with great speed, gradually increasing and increasing. And at some point, the hero strikes the decisive blow, hits with such force with his fist that he completely punches the opponent's head, which makes the one with the frontal lobes simply explode, glowing with a bright star, while he flies away, leaving the baby behind. And the one with the shattered head and brains only rolls his eyes slightly and then falls forward while blood is splashing out of the skull with might and main. Soon the giant falls down at all, landing directly on his shoulder and driving a few good meters on it, which causes a loud hum and a huge amount of dust and smoke rises into the air again, and he himself subsequently hits something else with his head, while from his navel, where all these multiple tentacles and other things, they just sag and seem to die in the same way over time. While Langen is already on the ground, standing in the middle of all this plume and stones that still sometimes fall from everywhere from such a size and slap. He himself grins and asks the baby demon to lie here for a while, to which he does not respond, opening his mouth wide and lying on some stone, while those huge lightning and sparks continue to develop from his huge head, it seems, trying to restore him all, before from somewhere above the brother calls out Xiaoli, who urges him to come here quickly, to which he only looks up in surprise. What? He thinks that the blonde, most likely, has also already managed to deal with that man. But when he rises up and stands next to his ally, he notices how the man continues to look at his blue hand, almost purple, which barely moves and which continues to be wrapped in bright pink sparks, while to himself only continues to whisper, pouring blood and gradually turning blue more and more. How so? It is impossible. He had promised him that the side effects would only affect the lethargy of the muscles. His hand had just formed, acquiring the desired shape, but it was still the same blue. The skin gradually lost all its color, and breathing became increasingly difficult, in some places even starting to diverge into some holes in his body. While he continues to mutter to himself, why is he turning into this, before Guo loudly shouts no, still sitting on his knees and not taking any action in order to finally get back on his feet and do something. In front of him, like a bolt from the blue, the hero himself appears, who greets him with a slightly frowning look, as if nothing had happened between them, and then calmly hands him an empty flask, showing him right in front of his face and asking who gave him this thing. The guy's face is still frowning and slightly focused, while he continues to look at his old acquaintance, who seems to be finally losing his personality and succumbing to the influence of those very side effects, trying to pull a grin on his face before he begins to say hoarsely that he is. But then his speech is interrupted by a violent coughing fit, from which blood splashes out of his mouth and flows straight out, dripping onto the floor and forcing him almost to rest his face there, still coughing and stupidly looking at the blue liquid, before he raises his gaze up and begins to tremble inexorably when his skin becomes all more and more dark. He just had to find him, he had to. So he continues to mutter, as if in delirium, still trembling and slightly frowning his eyebrows, while Lanren comes closer to him and bends down, asking who is this he? Is it really the person who gave him this medicine? Where is he? He just rolls his red eyes up and continues to mumble that he is where, and then rises slightly forward until a slight smile appears on his face, and he himself has already begun to pour these pink sparks with might and main, saying any nonsense and asking where he himself is, and then wondering if he's not at work. Xiaoli only inclines her head uncomprehendingly and blinks in surprise before noticing to herself that their enemy, apparently, has completely lost their memory, and then adds that she is sure that this fat guy is just pretending. And at this time, some huge device, similar to just a rectangular lamp, suddenly breaks off from its hinges from above, before it begins to fly down with a huge load, ready to crush the unfortunate allies or their opponent at any second. But Hao manages to pay attention to something similar at the last moment, turning his head slightly back and shooting a side glance before he instantly puts his hand in front of Yi, preparing to protect her. And this huge something just falls right in front of them and Guo, causing the latter to scream loudly with its rumble and appearance. The guy pushes the girl in the shoulder and turns her around, shouting that they should run, because soon everything will collapse here. But she is just going to object to him, looking in the direction of the man, who screams again and reaches out to them with his hand, seemingly completely losing his humanity, and then literally begs them not to leave him, because he, continuing to shout and try to say something worthwhile out of himself, he opens his door wide and continues to shout how much it hurts him and beg his new acquaintances to save him, before he shouts again that he will help them look after the entrance, because he is a very honest guard. The hero only gets tense from this and even starts sweating, looking at him with a frown before he thinks, is the fat man turning into a security guard? Is his memory going in the opposite direction? While everything from above continues to collapse and fall down in huge chunks of stones, the mustachioed man still does not stop, continuing to reach out to them with his hand and saying more quietly that yes, he will check every person entering and exiting before some huge fragment of a building falls next to him again, causing another earthquake, until Lanren, meanwhile, grabs Xiaoli by the hand and runs towards the exit of the casino, thinking that it seems that the side effect is too dangerous. And it's a pity, after all, that they couldn't find out where it came from. The man keeps reaching out with his palm, gradually fading away more and more when everyone continues to sprinkle stones on him, and he can only mutter that he will monitor everything. Entry permit? They don't have an entry permit. And then a huge block with the same high speed flies straight at the man from above, while he looks up at her, in which her lower part is reflected, and then still quietly and plaintively whispers pleas for salvation, before finally a huge explosion is heard, destroying everything in the nearest radius and causing another stream of smoke and dust, as well as small stones that were caused by the destruction. It turns out that the baby demon is not completely dead, as his hand covers the, saving him from instant death and protecting him while he is still sitting on his knees, and then turns his head to him, starting to cry in despair and whimper in every possible way, muttering the rest of the last sentence, and looking up at how the baby the zombie continues to cover him with his hand, breathing heavily, while his own head is still shattered and continues to sparkle with bright lightning and flashes. He opens his mouth and starts shouting loudly about something, but unfortunately, it is not possible to understand what exactly he is trying to say, but it is clear from his face that even the demon himself is in despair and in fright. A man who shrank and trembled all over, sitting on his knees, asks him in a hoarse voice who he is, and then blurts out that he is a monster, while his body continues to turn blue and sweat with pink and purple sparks, and then adds that this very monster wants to eat him before he tries to crawl back somehow, while the baby demon continues to hold his hand over him, not paying attention to the multiple stones that flew into his face, and the fact that the building is gradually collapsing completely, and will soon fall down. And after that, a huge golden cube that stood on the roof itself begins to wobble, while the man continues to scream, begging to be saved, because they want to eat him now, and he himself does not want to die. He is afraid. And the mustachioed man continues to crawl back, trying to close himself from a huge hand that desperately reaches out to him, while the baby's eyes barely remain open, and at some point, the very loops that held back the huge cube finally break and then just collapse, and the cube itself falls down on the remains of the building, completely destroying those, while the baby demon continues to pull his hand towards him, and tears are already glistening in his own eyes, while that mustachioed one continues to shout that he cannot die, not here, and then again calls out to the monster and orders him to go away, which seems hurts the feelings of a zombie baby, and he screams for him to die while a huge hand hovers over him again, gently leaning closer to him, before the cube breaks through the roof, destroying absolutely all the lower floors under its weight and volume, continuing to fall down with might and main, spinning and the lower edge striving further. And then the demon gently, almost with the tip of his finger, begins to lightly stroke the man on the head, while the latter only opens his mouth wide and looks at him desperately. The baby smiles at him and continues to cry, saying a simple and sweet daddy, still stroking the very top of his head, which makes his eyes open wide before a cube lands on the zombie demon's body with its sharp edge, completely crushing the unfortunate baby, crushing not only his head, but everything else, leaving behind only his reaching hand and causing huge columns of smoke and dust, causing only greater destruction. And then there is a conversation, apparently the conversation of his parents. Mom calls out to her husband like a deer, and then informs him that the baby has woken up, so let him go and hug him, to which he happily agrees, saying that here he is, and then mildly asks who it is that filled their diaper completely. And then Mom enters the conversation again, calling out to the baby and telling him not to cry, because Mom is about to change his diapers. Here Dad enters into the conversation again, calling out to his son and informing him that he brought him many goodies. But the woman immediately tells her dear husband that the baby is still very small and he can't eat this. But the man just laughs and says that he will give him absolutely a little, because he will definitely like it, but let him not tell his mother. And they continue to call him like a baby, while the unfortunate child has folded into the fetal position and continues to cry bitterly, and then slightly opens his mouth and stretches his arms forward, smiling happily and saying the same simple and sweet daddy. After some time, the sisters and the guy are standing on the roof of some building, from which, apparently, Xiaomai shot. The three of them are looking at the same huge cube that destroyed the entire building behind it and left only ruins, and the sun is gradually beginning to appear above the horizon. Xiaoli frowns slightly uncomprehendingly and asks if that's really all, while the others continue to stand silently and with unreadable faces, but then Hao frowns slightly and quietly denies it, saying that no, that's not all. The girl turns her head at him, and really not everything, because the cube begins to diverge from something with cracks, gradually collapsing more and more, and then some red dot begins to shine brightly in its middle, which only gets brighter and brighter with every second, attracting attention. And when all three of them finally they descend from the roof and begin to get closer to this huge cube, looking around, they notice that there are not one, but several such bright flashes. And then, as soon as they stand in front of this very light, which emanated from small craters where there were dots for marking numbers, they notice a huge door with a red flashing light, near which they completely stop until Xiaoli notices that they have reached, and it was from here that everything shone before she joined, and her sister herself, slightly raising her hand and saying that there is some special room in this bone, but without a password. Apparently, it cannot be opened. But her friend just grins and importantly raises her finger up before saying that this is all bullshit, and then adds that now they will split her, to which the latter only opens her wide eyes in surprise. And then the blonde instantly brings up her sharp blade, pulling it out of the case. And in an instant, the girl, without any extra effort, just jerks her hand sharply and cuts completely this biggest door with a password and a flashing light, which causes a loud creaking and a characteristic sound of breaking. That's just not the door breaks and does not even open, but just at some point the Xiaoli blade breaks into 3 parts, before it also breaks into small pieces and crumbles, falling down, to which the blonde indignantly shouts, "What the hell?" and then just stares wide-eyed at the rest of the weapon in her hand while her sister just squints her eyes, and the guy behind her sighs at all. But then he comes closer and takes them both away from here by the cheeks, while one of them even starts crying from the loss of her weapon, while he himself screams. They say, "So, here we need to act differently," before Hao himself lifts the sleeve of his jacket and with a smile tells them to watch him while the girls continued to stand behind. And Xiaoli in general with wide and plaintive eyes, still grieving for the sword she lost because of such a stupid action. And then something happens that probably neither of them expects. The hero abruptly moves his finger to the password and the input table before he starts poking his fingers harder and harder at many buttons each time, following a certain password and clearly realizing where and where to press, while he himself, of course, looks at the password, which was written on the back of the photo, which he managed to glue together only recently, and now fully take advantage of his small advantage by clicking on everything he needed and clicking loudly. The girls immediately notice the photo and only incomprehensibly exclaim about her presence, clearly surprised and looking at all this in surprise, and then they are shocked and shout about the password, clearly noticing it only the second time, until finally Lanjin himself presses the last button, because of which some characteristic sound is heard, or a click, which causes the flashing light that was on top to light up even more, and then at some point just goes out while steam comes out of it. Before this very hatch over sharply tilts down and a huge amount of money, as well as bills, even some gold bars, begin to fall out of it with might and main, pouring out a full mountain right in front of the hero, while the others look at it with complete shock on their face, coming closer and closer, until the boy's eyes only glisten more, and he himself desperately stretches out his arms, holding the photo. Gold, he was right. Joy, of course, full pants. He continues to look with a happy face at how the money keeps falling straight to him, while he thinks that this particular cash was the bookmark for the casino's funds. This money is enough for him to be able to return to his world. And then suddenly the voice is given by Xiaomi, who presses her palm to her chest and calls out to the guy, wondering where he even has the password to the safe, to which the latter offers to look at them themselves, holding out this photo, which makes both sisters just look at her in surprise, and then begins her little story, importantly raising her finger and saying that when the virus began to spread, the boss of this casino hid all the gold in the safe and hid it upstairs, and so that no one could open the safe, he wrote the password on the photos and divided them into 2 parts. The first half was hidden in a hiding place in his office, and the second half was in a suit worn by their familiar fat man. These are the simple conclusions Hao made before adding that even Guo himself did not know about this half of the photo, and when he was following him, he just accidentally dropped this part. He adds with a smile that he was just lucky to find both of these photos with a password, and immediately Xiaoli gives her voice, who thoughtfully says that this is how it all happened, but then asks why he needs all this gold. It's not worth a penny now. Even a bottle of water is worth more than this mountain. And he just laughs, cheerfully and fervently, before he leans slightly towards her and raises his finger importantly, offering his opportunity to show one trick, which made Yi frown and look at him uncomprehendingly, clearly expecting a different answer. And immediately an image of a duck in socks and boxers appears in the heads of both sisters, on which the pervert is written, and words, most likely songs, appear around it. Baby, no pants. Please, I'll get them now. I'm very brave. Amsterdam, listen up. Or not. It's hard to understand. The girl immediately frowns in disgust and shouts that it's better not to, because she knows that he will get into his pants again. But he only asks them not to look away before he puts his palm on this very mountain of gold, which makes one of the ingots disappear instantly with the help of the system, dissolving into space with the help of the corresponding sparks, and then this whole mountain of coins just starts to light up with the same sparks as this one ingot, while how he squats and continues to touch them, and the girls are all silent and watching him, standing aside. And soon all this money, banknotes, gold bars, etc. simply dissolve and are soon added to the system and to his balance, which immediately pops up in the form of a blue window and informs the guy that his current gold reserve is equal to 213,010,200 coins. It just so happened that it was from all this huge pile that he managed to extract 200 million. The sisters now look at him in complete shock, clearly not expecting something like this. And then Xiaomai shouts out a little hysterically, "Is this really the trick?" While the guy rises from his seat and with a serious face begins to talk about what it seems it's time to tell them who he is actually. He opens his mouth a little and just starts talking about what he really is. He came here from another world. The sisters open their eyes in surprise and shock, clearly not believing it or even taking it seriously, before continuing to stand in front of the same golden cube, opposite which all this huge mountain of gold has already disappeared. After some time, apparently, after a very long and dreary story, the girl comes closer to him and says that this means that he needs gold in order to return back to his world. Xiaoli generally remains silent on the sidelines, not even finding the right words, while her sister reflects that Langenia's words generally sound like fiction. But there is no other way to explain the constant availability of food and the disappearance of a mountain of gold. It's only at the moment of reflection that she is interrupted by another blonde, who nervously puts her hands to her chest and even asks a little sadly if he will come back here at all, to which the latter only looks at her in a slightly surprised and silent way, and then smiles sweetly and good-naturedly, stroking her hair and answering it is simple, of course, that he will return while she is only slightly blushing from such actions in her direction. Even Xiaomai, who noticed this, for some reason blushes sharply and deeply, covering her mouth with both palms, looking at the whole picture with her eyes wide open, while the hero continues to stroke her sister on the head and tells his ladies that they are still here, and how in that case he may not come back, which makes his friend blush even more, continuing to look at him, and then embarrassingly begins to say who. Before her face becomes more serious, there is no embarrassment or awkwardness, a whole reference to Jojo, while she squeezes her fist harder and asks who else is the lady here, why the guy's face loses all color, and he himself fearfully begins to sweat and opens his mouth with his eyes, not even knowing what to answer and what to think at all about what is happening now. But in an instant Xiaoli puts his hands in a cross and sharply and strongly knocks his shoe straight on the ground, forcing Hao to fly up and strike his blow right on his dignity, which made the latter even choke on blood, continuing to fly only higher and higher. Damn it. And while those two stand near the cube and sigh discontentedly about something, in particular, the one who inflicted the deadliest and most dangerous blow, the guy finally finds himself on the ground, chewing some ear from a plant, before loudly calling out to someone and informing them that the sun will set soon. And then he asks if he is going to go out. And meanwhile, a rustle is heard from somewhere in the ground, and then an almost healthy, human hand is abruptly knocked up, carrying all the nearest debris and dirt, and then something jumps out sharply from there, rising up, which is noticed first by Xiaomai, and then by the surprised sister, who turns her head to the place where did the sound and all the subsequent action come from, before he shouts out in surprise that there really is a zombie left in that pile of debris. And after that he notices how someone's small body jumps higher and higher, and then climbs onto some kind of column, in which he subsequently rests his feet, but with such force that he even slightly destroys the surface of that very stone column, and then pushes off and literally flies like a bullet towards Hao, who is sitting quite calmly on the edge of another column and turns his head towards this something, before both sisters call out to the hero and advise him to take care and be much more careful, while the guy himself continues to look into the huge toothy mouth from which saliva sprays, before grabbing someone by the lowest jaw and neck, stopping him from sharp bites, before a little boy appears in front of him, who reaches out to him with his hands and continues to threaten him with his sharp cheeks, looking at him with red eyes. And it seems that this is the same little demon who just recently was a huge zombie baby. The child immediately starts screaming, yelling, growling, kicking his legs in the air, trying to escape from someone else's grip, while the guy just silently and squinting stares at him, without even spitting out that spikelet from his mouth, and then grins and tells the little demon that he is strong, because he is so small and strong, to which Xiaoli only looks at him in surprise and sweats slightly before shouting out, asking what he said and whether she heard correctly that it was a demon, while Xiaomai also strains, but does not look very surprised, only asks him why did he suddenly become so small, because only recently he could crush them with one foot or hand, To which Hao just shrugs, continuing to hold the child, who did not calm down and continued to make a variety of sounds, while he says that he was already small, and then adds that that huge shape is just one of his abilities. When he was at Guoda's house, he saw a small baby in his body. Then he realized that the demon is not just a giant zombie. Like a child, he obeyed the orders of the fat man and his own, which means that he had self-awareness, and the baby was his true form. And when he saw that that drink could restore flesh, he decided to let the demon live and study it, because it's possible that all this is interconnected. And the drink was called Crazy Happiness at all. But, unfortunately, the building collapsed too quickly. When the demon tried to get out from under the rubble, he saw tears in his eyes, especially at the moment when he was trying to protect the mustachioed man. He sighs heavily, still holding the baby and saying that he realized that he had to study this world better in general. And then he seriously orders the imp to listen to him, to which he immediately looks up at him and noticeably calms down, before Lanjin rises from his seat and stands on the string, still holding him a little by the scruff of the neck, and then turns his head to him and asks him to tell him everything he knows. While the baby, it seems that he is not going to answer this at all. Only he is silent, but shows him both facts, baring his teeth. He just grins and asks if he really doesn't want to, before he lets him go, which is why the little demon rolls down, spinning with might and main, and when he stops, he gets back to his feet and growls discontentedly, covering his mouth with his hand and wiping his cheek from dust and the like, while the guy himself squeezes his fist and rolls up the sleeve of his jacket, shouting with a smile that he would try it first, while the girls are watching this, eating a watermelon and drinking some kind of drink. It seems that the kid is growling again and baring his sharp teeth harder before he almost rushes back at the guy like a bullet, moving jerkily with sharp turns, soon getting closer and closer to Hao himself, who puts his hand forward and manages to grab a huge ball of fire. That's just as the little boy approaches and opens his mouth to attack and commit terrible actions directly in relation to the hero, as the latter, instead of hitting, simply substitutes a red pacifier, which by pure chance the child stumbles upon. And when it turns out to be in his mouth, then he opens his eyebrows in surprise and looks at him uncomprehendingly, clearly not expecting anything like this. And then his pupils get even bigger when some distant memories come flooding back to him because of this. He sees some kind of plush toy in the form of a monkey again and hears his mom calling out to his dad and hears her telling her dear man that the baby is still small and he can't do this. And his father only replies with a grin that he just needs to try a little. He lies in his crib and looks at the toys in the cradle, while he hears the woman shout out a negative answer, and dad says that it's okay, before he calls out to his son again and informs him that he will give next time when mom won't see, because it's impossible for her to find out. And so, his parents stand right in front of the crib together, and his father even holds a bottle of milk or just baby food. The demon only stretches out his hand and mumbles a simple dad through the nipple, and then mom, looking forward with hope, before shouting mom louder, rushing at the guy, while the latter only looks at him in complete shock, not even knowing how to react. Sunny throws himself literally on top of him, still shouting that he is his mother and ordering him to hug him, while Hao only tries to grab under his armpits and pull away from himself while two sisters are watching. The boy is already smiling all over and shouting about how good it is, continuing to call him also his mom, to which the latter only frowns, continuing to keep the younger one away from himself and shouting that he finally fuck off, and in general, he has drool everywhere, such a dirty. Xiaomai smiles sweetly, watching this picture and says, as if casually, that if there is milk, it means mommy. To which Xiaoli agrees with her, laughing loudly and saying that their new mommy is so cute, especially if she didn't kill people, of course. And then the hero orders him to stand and stop kicking, holding him by the shoulders and frowning at him, while he continues to talk and set his own conditions, informing him that he can no longer bite people and if she bites someone, she will not get any more milk, she understands. And of course, naturally, it turns out that it's a girl, to which she only continued to call him mom, while Xiaoli only blushes for some reason and looks at such a picture in surprise, gradually coming closer before calling out to brother Langenia and embarrassedly presses her palms to her chest, asking, they say, if she is so obedient, then maybe they should leave her. What is the guy with the girl? They just look at her, and the first one grumbles at all, folding her arms on her chest. She clearly does not want to do this, but it allows the hero to think. If they leave her, then she can control the zombies. But if he kills her, he will get the reward of the system. And abruptly everything turns blue as a system notification pops up, appearing in a characteristic window. It reports that the system found that the owner was able to tame the demon without killing, which means that the task is still completed. 100 million is added to the balance, and now its balance totals 313 million. 10,200 coins. He received 100 million, so the system asks to accept his reward. The goddess herself is immediately shown, who shyly reports that the activation of an excessively large balance. The system is updated again, before soon Hao finds himself back in the corresponding space, on the surface of some bluish and transparent gear, before thoughtfully asking himself what is going on. An excessively large balance. Also a system update. He begins to look around in surprise and realizes that he is surrounded by all sorts of gears of various sizes, but almost the same shape, while the guy is standing in the middle of them. Hao pays full attention to him only when he notices that all these sparks and mechanical sounds are only getting bigger, and this freak finally got up from his seat before he himself bends down and picks up a small bottle, frowning and examining its empty contents, noticing to himself, they say, is it really regeneration? While bringing that closer to his face, continuing to say that he did not expect such drinks in the world of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, De only laughs, calling out to his friend and telling him that he is quite strong, while his hole, which only recently shone and was visible at all, has now begun to heal completely, glowing more and more pink, while the guy just silently opens his mouth, not even knowing what to answer. Soon the wound is completely healed and restored, while the man himself strokes his chest and grins, saying that he forced him to resort to this thing, but since he drank it. His footsteps begin to echo loudly around the room, while he continues to walk straight towards his opponent, stretching out his arms and shouting that he will die today, and then completely pushes off with his feet from the floor, rushing towards Langenia, while he continues to stand silently, and then finally turns to him, resting with his shoes also on the floor, standing up in a characteristic fighting pose, and then raises his hand up, beckoning to him with the palm of his hand and shouting with an unreadable face that he should approach him, and then instantly grabs a friend by the hand when he rushes at him with a fist, and then he himself clenches his palm into a fist and rests it right in Guo's face, and as a result, with such great force that he completely tears someone else's head, which instantly causes a huge wave of dark blood and a loud scream from the man who opens his mouth wide, and then loses half of his head, falling forward on the blonde one, who only frowns disgustedly and looks at him. That's just other people's hands are squeezing harder on his shoulder blades, deliberately stepping forward on Hao, who only squeezes his waist and asks in surprise, is he still alive? Before he abruptly raises his legs and with his boot sharply hits his enemy on the foot, which pushes the mustachioed man back a few meters, twisting into a whole screw before he hits some nearby debris again, falling to the floor and breathing heavily, kneeling while his part of the frontal lobe was crushed, and the guy himself moves forward, back to him, before a wide and wild grin suddenly appears on the mustachioed man's face, and he himself begins to laugh loudly, showing his huge teeth. Out of nowhere, he pulls out a piece of pink fabric, which he apparently managed to tear off, and then he shouts that Lanren has finally been caught, while he continues to drill him with his huge and bright eyes, and then he instantly tears the fabric into several dozen small pieces. Why does the hero immediately look back in surprise, where he sees his back, which was now open and a dark t-shirt was visible under the pink fabric? What? He grits his teeth as he continues to chatter to himself. Pretended to fight, but decided to tear his robe and regain control of the demon. The guy immediately squats down, folding his hands and trying to cover himself somehow, while Guo is right in front of him, still breathing heavily, while he himself thinks that he did not expect this drink to restore his head at all, and he seems to almost read his thoughts, gently stroking his cheek and exclaiming that he hit the spot before wiping the accumulated blood with a handkerchief, adding that it's too late, while he also pokes the edge of his butterfly, which makes Hao desperately and shocked opens his eyes, clearly realizing that it's perhaps the absolute end, before a huge explosion abruptly appears in its place, and a thud is heard when the fist of the baby zombie demon simply hits the floor, nailing everyone and everyone who could be there under it, drilling with a red-eyed look where its owner stands, who subsequently laughs loudly, telling the baby with a wide smile that it was a great job. But then his eyes widened in surprise when he realizes that the guy who, in fact, should have died from such a cruel blow in the first place, appears quite calmly behind him, just under the scattering of a huge club smoke, and when his face is visible, he smiles broadly and calls out to him, shouting that, actually, he hasn't played enough yet. And then he comes out of his little shelter in the form of dust and smoke, already completely in his usual clothes, which he corrects at the same time, and then adds that if that, then he will deal with the two of them. At least, that's how he's very sure of it himself. Guo turns to him, stepping over his feet, hissing at the fact that he is, apparently, the last bastard, before pushing off with his foot from the floor and stomping loudly, instantly orders the demon to kill him, while to himself literally jumps into his hands, which the baby zombie hides in his palms, becoming literally in front of a familiar kid. And he just stands silently, boring them both with his gaze. Lanjin frowns and uses his eye of scarlet flame, which he immediately shouts out loudly. Only in front of him a huge fume is instantly produced by his hand, which is reproduced by a demon, which causes the floor under it to immediately disperse with sparks and multiple stripes, since the blow was reproduced with such force that the rock itself diverges almost by lithospheric plates, and all these fragments and stones instantly fly towards the hero, who continues to stand looking at all this, but at some point even jumps when one of the stones flies right under his feet before he starts moving forward, offering his palm in order to protect himself from the asphalt flying into him, and he jumps with might and main, clearly not going to give up the fight to this bastard and an overgrown baby. He raises the frown of his bright purple eyes, from which sparks emanate, and then continues to run forward, pushing off with his foot from the ground, while the zombie demon pulls out one of his 5 fingers, which he straightens, and again clenches the other into a fist and directs it in his direction, clearly intending to strike another blow, no longer counting the guy for my mom. And the fist instantly flies in the direction of Hao, immediately crashing into the ground with great speed and causing another earthquake and also soaring stones into the air. That's just no matter how many stones fall, no matter how many blows were inflicted, each time the guy managed to avoid them all with his new ability, rushing forward brightly with a pink ray, skirting everything that is possible, while the whole room was filled with a huge amount of smoke, soot and dust, as well as stones that were flying somewhere all the time, with stones of various sizes, hitting the floor as well and bringing even more destruction. Only the demon child was visible with his master, who did not calm down in any way, before soon the smoke finally dissipates and a guy appears from him, who barely hangs on some kind of rebar or iron wire, calling out to the demon and telling him that he is here, which makes a dull and dissatisfied growl, which does not bode well at all, while Lanjin continues to use his falcon skill, adding with a smile to his opponent that he is very sharp-sighted. That's just a little slow. The zombie immediately roars loudly from this, opening its terrible mouth wide and pulling out the umbilical cord with 3 eyes, like a telescope, before rushing at great speed, like some kind of fishing line or hose, to the dangling hero, who opens his eyes in surprise, clearly not expecting anything like this. And then, at one moment, the edge of this very thing crashes into that edge of the floor with a booming thud, causing another light explosion and again plumes of smoke and dust. But the tentacle does not stop, starting to behave further sideways, completely deciding to demolish the foundation of that wall and floor, while the demon makes loud noises and growls, allowing this very thing to carry whatever it wants. Finally, the very end with the eyes slightly pulls away, but only so that a variety of tentacles like himself begin to appear from his own peculiar body, with which he instantly begins to hammer here and there, trying to get into Hao, who continues to run forward, not even thinking for a second to stop. But at some point he does it anyway, rushing back and coming face to face with an eye in the form of a telescope, which freezes for a second while she continues to control her appendages, and the hero himself grins broadly and shouts that he's caught, and then grabs his palm just under this very eye, holding, which is why the rest of the tentacles begin to slide, resting on the walls and moving on, while the hero himself squeezes someone else's eye even harder, which makes him even tense, starting to sweat uncharacteristically. And then the voice is already being given by the baby demon, who screams loudly and opens his mouth wide again, now using his own hand to punch just almost in front of the guy's nose, which only makes him jump when the little appendages strike again, so the stones start flying everywhere. But this still does not stop him from jumping over an obstacle with a calm soul, and only squeezing something like the same telescope in his palm, from which Guo nervously calls out to the demon and asks if he has more other techniques. But without really getting any answer, he grins wider and fervently informs that it's his turn now, to which the red eye only beeps, looks at him uncomprehendingly, while Lanjin himself pushes off the floor with his foot again, jumping from his seat onto the demon's arm, and then running up his upper limb, striving forward to the very head of the baby, continuing to hold the same tentacle with the, before it begins to spin almost like a top around the huge forearm, twisting this thing like some kind of cord or even rope, pulling the demon tighter. And when he was incomprehensibly distracted by what had happened, looking in surprise at the fact that he was being tied up, the hero already proceeds to wind everything around his massive neck before squeezing the same eye harder, which is already starting to tear and tremble, and then swings at him with his other hand, grinning widely and getting ready to the blow, but leaves him only tied in a knot, which only makes him whimper and look at him piteously. The guy instantly pushes off from the back of the zombie demon, which makes the latter quite involuntarily hit himself in the face with a huge palm, as the cord is stretched, and he himself jumps to the ground quite calmly, even landing aesthetically without any problems. He stands in front of the kid, grinning and folding his arms at his sides, carefully looking at his opponent in front of him, only asking, they say, "Is this really all the demon is capable of?" While behind him a fat mustachioed man is hiding behind some corner, who begins to tremble and shout to himself that this kid just a monster. I was able to defeat the demon at such a speed. Damn, soon the effect of the drink will end. You have to run. At least a frightened and desperate man understands this, and then immediately rushes to give a run, just flashing his heels in the middle of the smoke. He is breathing heavily, almost out of breath, continuing to run down the long corridor and barely seeing the light ahead of him. But at some point Sayali passes by him quite calmly. They didn't even seem ready to push each other, because the man immediately looks at her in surprise with his different eyes, while the girl, without any doubt, instantly pulls out her blade and cuts this bastard exactly in half, forcing him to bleed, and then turning away and walking back to the side. The fat man instantly goes berserk and frowns his eyebrows, starting to sweat terribly, before turning his head to her and shouting that it's her again, while the wound that was inflicted by her blade begins to buzz and make mechanical sounds with might and main, when all the tissues are plastered with a bright and pink glow, while gradually tightening. Duo screams that she is a fucking bitch, even though he has recovered, but it still hurts him. And then the distraught man, who was originally going to run far away, suddenly takes loud steps towards the blonde, who does not even look at him, holding his blade. But then, when his whole palm with dark veins reaches out to grab her, Sayali throws a very stern look at him with her bright eyes. Before then there is a loud shot that goes right over his shoulder. The bullet tears apart part of his chest and the entire upper limb, leaving him with only an emotion of complete shock and incomprehension on his face when he is drenched in even more blood, whispering to himself how and why, before falling to his knees in a short time, while not only the broken glass is visible from the window, but also the one who exactly fired that shot. It came from the same sniper rifle that was given to the sisters by Lanjin himself, and it was fired, of course, by Xiaomai, who was sitting on the opposite roof of another building, withdrawing her weapon and trying to see what was going on there. The second eye of the mustachioed man also turned black with a red pupil, while he continues to cough blood and keeps calling out to them, asking into the void how and where they got the rifle from, before continuing to cough, and then completely vomits up a whole lump, while the girl screams that he should better think about his own head, and then, with a sharp movement, he puts the blade of a sharp dagger to his chest, while regeneration is in full swing, and the fat man notices the tip only when it turns out to be right in front of his pupil. Xiaoli is standing in front of him, telling him that Brother Hao said he was going to die today. He reports this with a serious face, slightly frowning his eyebrows, before night falls completely after some time, covering the rest of the city with haze and darkness, while panicked knocks on the wooden door begin to be heard at the door or from the door of the apartment in which the man lives, while the girls are sitting on the couch and hiding, trembling. His wife swears to herself and reports that everything is bad, they are finished, and then conspiratorially pokes her finger forward and starts muttering with a face full of horror, saying that there are zombies there and they will all die. Just die, before the lock abruptly breaks from someone else's strong blow, from which the door is immediately knocked out and a silhouette appears while the woman jumps up and starts screaming even louder than before, looking forward with frightened eyes. A dark silhouette with an incomprehensible smile and open eyes only remains silent before finally calling out to Huey Mei and asking why she closed up, while the girls look blankly at the one who came, and it turns out to be Siu Kin, who asks them why they sat down. While the redhead only looks at her in surprise and she asks where she's from here, they were afraid that zombies were coming to them. The second only tells her that she is completely stupid, since the girl herself called them for half a day. But then she becomes more serious, saying that so be it, they won't talk about it. While she was getting up, she saw the fat man go to the casino. The girl informs the others that she thinks they won't come back, so they should definitely run now. Huey opens her eyes in surprise and asks again if she understood everything correctly, before immediately smiling and instantly agreeing, as if she was ready to go on any adventure, while the so-called wife of Da just assumes that if Guo returns, he will definitely kill them and not even blink an eye. The redhead informs that her proposal, Yes, she's just in time. Behind her is a bottle, it seems, with the same liquid that the fat man himself had, and a joyful grin appears on his face. Meanwhile, in the casino, the remnants of those tentacles that the demon had are beginning to attack Langenia with might and main, who is running away from them so hard, and even dodging, completely oblivious to the fact that they directly hit all the nearest points that were behind him, spreading the building more and more and spreading the smoke is all over the neighborhood. But the demon himself clenches his jaws and begins to withdraw his hand, which is why the very thing with which the guy bandaged him began to crack, and gradually he managed to completely break this cord, squeezing it in his huge palm and removing it from his neck. He opens his mouth wide again and shouts loudly, frowning his eyes, while Hao only squints at him out of the corner of his eye and frowns slightly. Escaped so quickly, and at the same moment, a powerful and large palm with a fist crashes into the nearest surface, spreading everything there that is possible and impossible, causing another earthquake and gusts of winds. And not only, the stones began to fall again from all sides, and the blow, of course, came not only with a fist, but also with tentacles, which also rushed towards the guy, intending to finally swat him like a very small fly. And in the midst of all this smoke, the hero himself appears, who jumps on his upper limb again, starting to confidently run forward until he barely pulls his fist away from the wall, and then turns his head, noticing that his enemy was already almost on his shoulder. And then the guy jumps up, which the surprised zombie baby stared at, not even knowing how to react correctly and what to do in this case, because the guy instantly puts out his hand and raises his fist for a subsequent blow before he opens his eyes, in which an eye of scarlet flame was visible, and then strikes a serious simple blow, flying with a fist right on the cheek of a zombie demon, but with such force that all the folds came together, and from the pressure his huge body flew back a few meters, leaving behind a huge plume of smoke and dust, and then hitting his head against the wall, completely decomposed in front of the hero, who soon lands his feet on the ground at all. The baby growls seriously, looking at him from the bottom up, while that part, namely the temple, on which the most brutal blow of the guy recently fell, instantly begins to flash with lightning for some reason, and then straightens up completely, returning to full norm. This makes Hao think hard. So, if you just wound the tender parts, they will recover quickly. A smile sparkles on his lips as he calls out to the little demon and informs him that he is still a tough guy, before clenching his fist again and flashing his purple eyes, saying that now he will blow his giant head to dust and dust. Meanwhile, Xiaoli continues to stand right in front of the wounded man in dead silence, who still did not dare to get up from his knees and say something to her. But over time, his arm and sternum still begin to recover while he is breathing heavily and knocked down, and the sharp end of the blade was almost pressed against his hunchbacked nose with might and main.